Chapter 1711. Yin Shishing and the others were indeed geniuses. They attacked like dragons, shooting out beams of terrifying light that tore through the void. The demons were sliced into dozens of pieces like tofu. In an instant, tens of thousands of demons died in their hands. But the most terrifying was still Yi Mengyao. She held a bow, and her entire body shone with blue light. She was like a dazzling star that absorbed the power of the stars. She knocked an arrow and shot at the demons. Instantly, countless arrows rained down from the sky, turning into countless starlight raindrops that covered 100 miles. But these raindrops contained lethal killing intent. They exploded with terrifying sharpness and fell from the sky, instantly killing tens of thousands of demons. She was simply a Valkyrie of the battlefield. With her bow in hand, those abyss demons couldn't even get within 10 miles of her. Often, they would be shot dead from 100 miles away. Of course, the one who killed the most demons was naturally Xia Ping. He used the heavenly scorching inferno formation to communicate with the fire-dimensional power. With the help of his 8 strange flames, he raised the power of his flames to the extreme. The area within 1,000 miles became a fiery hell. Almost 80% of the demons that entered were burned to death. Not even their corpses were left. Humans, damned humans. Ah, lowly humans, you dare to kill us demons like chickens. We cannot live under the same sky. Kill the human controlling the formation. We must kill him and destroy the formation. The other humans are nothing to be afraid of. Attack together and tear this human to pieces. Many of the abyss demons were enraged and were about to explode. They had thought that this would be a feast of slaughter, a one-sided slaughter that would allow them to have a full meal. But who would have thought that this human was so terrifying? He set up a formation that obstructed their movements. Most of the demons were burned to death. The other stragglers were also killed like chickens. This was a one-sided massacre by the human. They were on completely different sides. How could they accept this? The demons were infuriated and attacked Xia Ping. They wanted to kill the culprit and take revenge. Fools, don't you know who is the strongest in this group? Die all of you. A cold light flashed in Xia Ping's eyes. He didn't use the power of the formation at all. He rushed forward and clenched his fists. He punched out, causing the air to tremble. Bang! An early-stage law phase realm ox-horned demon let out a shrill scream. Its body was immediately penetrated by the fist and exploded into pieces. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Dong dong dong. But this was just the beginning. Xia Ping's figure flickered. Every time he punched, there would be an abyss demon that was killed, its body exploding on the spot. The entire battlefield resounded with the sound of war drums. When the war drums stopped, all the abyssal demons within tens of li of Xia Ping were dead, their bodies torn apart. With Xia Ping's body as the center, the area within 100 miles had turned into an Azura battlefield. The flesh and blood of the abyss demons were everywhere. Blood flowed like a river, and the entire area was the color of blood. Damn, how can this Xia Ping be so strong? This brute force is too shocking. Even the death of a giant dragon can't compare to this. Ox-horned demons are born with divine strength. Their defense is like a superior-grade spiritual armor. Ordinary magic treasures can't break it. But he punched through it with one punch and stomped it into meat paste. He's too fierce. Previously, I doubted whether Brother Xia could defeat a law phase realm expert. Now, it seems that it's not just a simple victory. It's not difficult to kill them either. If he wants to kill me, he only needs one punch. Everyone was shocked. Seeing Xia Ping's battle record, they couldn't help but shudder. Such tyrannical combat power shocked them quite a bit. Especially Yin Shishing, he was the most shocked and felt it the deepest. After all, he was extremely talented and cultivated with a sage. Not to mention his cultivation, his insight was definitely top-notch. He could feel that Xia Ping's punches and kicks weren't as simple as brute force. They seemed to contain the power of destruction, the power of whirlpools, and other terrifying power techniques. This was the realm of breaking all laws with one punch. Ordinary people couldn't comprehend it. Any divine power could be destroyed with one punch. Invulnerable to all laws and invincible evil. This was an extremely shocking martial Dao realm. Xia Ping. Yi Mengyao also looked deeply at Xia Ping as if she wanted to see through his secrets. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling that they had known each other for a long time. Whether it was martial skills or the way he spoke, they were all very familiar. But when she thought about it carefully, she couldn't think of anything. Xia Ping didn't care about what others thought. He was circulating his qigong and devouring the soul energy around him. It had to be said that the soul energy contained in these abyssal demons was much stronger than that of humans. The soul energy left behind by each abyssal demon was astonishing. He devoured this soul energy and made it his own. He strengthened his primordial spirit and magic power. He could feel the magic power in the depths of his purple palace rising rapidly. It was equivalent to years of bitter cultivation. Looks like I have to find a chance to enter the abyss world. If I can kill countless abyssal demons at once, it will definitely greatly increase my cultivation speed. Xia Ping opened his eyes and exhaled. His entire body felt comfortable and his blood was boiling. He felt that he had obtained great benefits from killing these abyssal demons. His magic power increased and his primordial spirit became stronger. This made his heart palpitate. If he entered the abyss world again, his cultivation would probably advance by leaps and bounds. But at this moment, there was a burst of air-piercing sound around him. Tyrannical auras broke through the air and arrived at this place in an instant. Hundreds and thousands of figures appeared. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes and looked at these uninvited guests. All of them were extremely powerful. They were at least experts at the peak of the returning nature realm. There were many Transcendence Realm experts. It was probably the fluctuations from his battle with the abyssal demons that attracted these cultivators. After all, it seemed that it wasn't just Yin Shirshing and the others who entered this mystic realm by chance. There were also other cultivators. They actually killed all these abyssal demons. This group of people is quite capable. Many cultivators were shocked when they saw this battlefield and the densely packed abyssal demon corpses on the ground. Look, isn't that kid Xia Ping from Qiankuan sect? Someone immediately recognized Xia Ping and shouted out loud. Xia Ping? The human who annihilated the Wolf Shell River actually appeared in this place. Heaven is helping me. Previously, the Wolf Clan's patriarch, Langaren, was furious and issued a bounty. Anyone who kills this human Xia Ping will receive endless rewards from the Wolf Clan. Tisk Hiske, such a human genius must be killed. We definitely can't let him become a sage. Otherwise, how can our other races survive? Won't we be bullied for generations? Immediately inform the others and inform them that Xia Ping appeared here. Send experts over to surround and kill him. Chapter 1712. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As time passed, more and more people arrived and landed here. They were all elites from the various races in the universe. They stared at Xia Ping, attracting the greed of countless geniuses. This is the human Xia Ping? That's great. His head belongs to my Black Tiger clan. His head belongs to my Violet race. You dare to snatch it? Do you want to start a war with us? Don't fight amongst yourselves. Let's attack together and kill this brat first. Then we'll divide his treasures. What we get will depend on our own abilities. Interesting. This is indeed a good solution. There's no need to fight here and let this human take advantage of us. Many geniuses of the various races pointed and pointed at Xia Ping, completely seeing him as their prey. They could kill him at any time and snatch away the treasures on him. In the depths of the void, countless divine wills intertwined with killing intent. However, they didn't casually attack. They seemed to be observing Xia Ping's flaws, waiting for a chance to deal a fatal blow. It's over. Why are there so many experts chasing us? Yin Shirshing had never seen such a scene before when he saw so many geniuses from the various races surrounding him. This was like an ambush from 10 sides, and he was the target of a multitude of arrows. Even his legs were trembling in fear. After all, these cultivators were all geniuses of their races. They had treasures and countless methods. They were many times more terrifying than those abyssal demons. He was confident he could escape from the abyssal demons, But he wasn't confident he could survive against this group of cultivators. There's nothing to do. Brother Xia killed the wolf race's young master, Lang Beijiang, causing the wolf race's patriarch to be enraged. He issued a bounty for the 10,000 races to help hunt him down. Naturally, countless geniuses were tempted. Someone's expression was ugly. That's not all. Brother Xia's performance was too shocking. His talent is shocking. This caused the other races to be afraid and want to kill him. Of course, some geniuses didn't do it for the bounty. They just wanted to test Brother Xia's strength and take his head. Someone guessed. Damn, it was all this bastard's fault. Yin Shishing stared fiercely at Xia Ping. If it wasn't for this brat, how could they have provoked so many enemies? This also put them in a dangerous situation. His eyes flickered as he considered whether or not he should betray this brat and join the crusade against Xia Ping. If they were regarded as Xia Ping's accomplices, it would not be a good thing. They might even bring disaster to the fish pond. The others also had the same idea. They looked at each other and intertwined their divine senses. They seemed to be discussing what to do next and how to advance or retreat. At this time, Xia Ping stood up and sneered, "A bunch of useless things want to kill me? Have you considered your own abilities? Trash like you, I'll kill as many as you come. Furthermore, I'm not alone. I have many henchmen and friends all over the world. If you want to deal with me, have you asked my friends, Yin Shishing and the others? Do you want to start a war with the human race?" He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the group of uninvited guests with contempt. Fuck this bitch, why did he have to touch my sore spot? Hearing these words, the faces of Yin Shishing and the others turned green. Originally, they wanted to abandon the darkness and join the light. But now that Xia Ping said so, how could they still betray him? Wouldn't this group of people immediately think that they were Xia Ping's henchmen? They would definitely be listed as the same target of attack. This bastard clearly wanted to drag them down with him. How shameless! So that's how it is. These people are all his accomplices. No wonder he's so arrogant. It's just 100 people. What's the big deal? There are thousands of us here, and there's an endless stream of reinforcements. It's not difficult to kill all of them. They're actually all his accomplices? Just kill them all. Killing one is the same, killing 100 is the same. Hee, they're all human bastards. It's a good thing to kill them all. The eyes of the various races' geniuses were filled with ferocity. Killing intent covered Yin Shishing and the others. Clearly, they had already regarded Yin Shishing and the others as Xia Ping's accomplices. Fuck, they were really misunderstood. The remaining half of Yin Shishing and the others' faces turned green. They were extremely sullen. They were just strangers who met by chance. How were they accomplices? Weren't they implicating the fish in the pond? This had nothing to do with them. Why did they have to find trouble with them? Was there still justice in this world? Someone wanted to speak up and explain to these geniuses that they had nothing to do with Xia Ping and had no intention of getting involved in such troublesome matters. But before he could speak, Xia Ping took a step forward and shouted, "If you want to kill my sworn brothers, Yin Shishing and the others, have you asked for my permission? If you want to kill them, you have to step over my dead body first. But with your mediocre martial arts, you're not qualified to be so arrogant in front of us." He put on a loyal expression and stepped forward to protect Yin Shishing and the others. Yin Shishing and the others were extremely sullen. They couldn't say anything because they had already been spoken to like this. How could they say something unrelated to their martial arts? How could they dare to betray Xia Ping? How could they dare to flee in the face of battle? No matter what, they were all descendants of the great clans of the Eastern Cosmos or true disciples of Saint class sections. If they chose to betray Xia Ping today, it would be equivalent to betraying the human race. They would stab others in the back and help outsiders. Such a reputation would be thoroughly tarnished in the human race. Who would dare to associate with them? Even if their elders knew of this matter, they would have a bad impression of them. Such a bad reputation would definitely affect their future prospects. They would be pointed at and condemned by everyone. If they were disciples of the demonic path, perhaps they wouldn't care so much about this so-called reputation. But they were from the righteous sections. Nothing was more important than reputation. This bastard. Yin Shishing was furious. If he could, he simply wanted to stab Xia Ping to death with a knife. This bastard was actually so shameless, forcefully dragging these innocent people into the water, dragging them to die together with him. They had never seen such a shameless person before. He was completely shameless. I didn't expect these puny humans to be so loyal. I've really underestimated them. I originally wanted to sow discord and make them kill each other, but it seems that won't work now. If dirty tricks don't work, then let's do it openly. It's not a big problem to crush them head-on. Since these humans are so united, then let's fulfill their wish. Kill them all. Leave none alive. Kiki, I like to kill stubborn humans the most. The geniuses of the various races were filled with murderous intent. Their expressions were unkind, and their murderous intent enveloped Xia Ping and the others. Clearly, they had already completely regarded Yin Shishing and the others as Xia Ping's sworn brothers. They wanted to kill them all together. Whoosh! Chapter 1713. Everyone held their breaths as their hair stood on end. Yin Shishing and the others in particular could sense how terrifying the sword chi was. It was above everyone else and had the feeling of cutting through all things and breaking through chaos. It blasted towards them as if stars were exploding one after another. This kind of sword chi was terrifying beyond belief. His swordsmanship was divine. They were extremely thankful that the sword chi was aimed at Xia Ping and not them. Otherwise, they would not even be able to react in time and would have their primordial spirits destroyed instantly, dying without a complete corpse. Be careful, master. This is a supreme sword art of the Sword Crane clan, Void Slicing Slash. The green ox immediately cried out. This is one of the supreme sword arts of the Sword Crane clan of the Western Cosmos. It combines the power of the void, the chi of Gengjin, the Tao of slicing, and the mysteries of the changes of yin and yang as well as the 5 elements. Once it's activated, it's a supreme sword art that can tear through the void and shatter stars. Ordinary people will be killed in an instant and their primordial spirits destroyed. Oh, you do have some ability. Xia Ping did not even look at it. He flicked his finger lightly and a terrifying force shot out. It condensed into a physical form and contained a divine elephant. It shook the world and shook the void as it collided with the sword chi. Immediately, the sword chi that blasted over was shattered into pieces and completely turned into a ball of primordial chi. 13th Crane of the Sword Crane clan. With a swoosh, a monster that looked like a white crane walked out of the void. It was 10 meters tall and its body was like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky. As it walked, the surrounding air was cut apart and could not get close. It formed a kind of domain. Because the sword chi was too sharp, even the space was slightly cut apart and many small spatial cracks appeared. Everyone could see that it was definitely a grandmaster of the sword. It had already comprehended the supreme sword art of becoming one with the sword, becoming one with the path, and turning the body into the sword. Every move it made was like a sharp sword being unsheathed. Sword chi rampaged, and with a single thought, it could instantly release thousands of sword chi to kill its enemies. It was invincible. So powerful. Everyone was shocked. They all knew that the Sword Crane race was a famous demon race in the Western Cosmos. Every member of the Sword Crane race was a true genius in the Sword Tao. They were born with a sword bone, and when they cultivated the Sword Tao, they would advance at a tremendous pace. The Sword Crane clan was also one of the clans with the strongest attack power among the many clans in the Western universe. They were unparalleled in killing and had formidable battle prowess. They were already faintly approaching the level of a divine beast. 13th Crane was also a famous genius of the Sword Crane clan. He was a true peerless elite and an almighty at the middle stage of the Dharma Phantasm realm. He had once achieved great feats and was known as one of the geniuses who had the highest chance of becoming a sacred Yao. 13th Crane of the Sword Crane race. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes and looked at the other party. You're a member of the Sword Crane race. We have no enmity, so why are you here? Don't tell me you're here to kill me too? I can't kill someone without any grievances? 13th Crane sneered, but I do have a reason to kill you. I heard that you're a peerless genius of the human race. You're only at the returning nature realm, but you're able to kill an almighty at the Dharma phantasm realm. Even Lang Beijiang died at your hands. That's perfect. I've cultivated a peerless sword technique of the sword crane race, the 13 Swords of Massacre. This peerless sword technique is stronger with each strike, but if I want to cultivate it to the highest level, I need to fight a peerless elite in a battle of life and death. I need to devour the combat experience, magic power, flesh, and primordial spirits of peerless elites. The more people I kill, the more potential I have, and the stronger I become, the more powerful this sword technique will be. And you have the honor of being chosen by me as the soul of this sword technique. You'll become my stepping stone and nourishment to become a sacred Yao. Don't worry, I kill very quickly. I guarantee that you won't feel anything or feel any pain with just one strike. You'll die instantly. This is my benevolence as a swordsman. He looked down from above and was extremely arrogant, as if he did not care about anyone. Even if he came to kill Xia Ping, he only treated Xia Ping as a stepping stone, a small obstacle before he became a sacred Yao. It was nothing. 13th Crane, stop. The head of this human genius belongs to me, Gu Nan. At that moment, a deep and arrogant voice traveled over. Everyone immediately looked over and saw a tall young man dressed in ancient beast skin and carrying a long saber on his back appear before them. His body emanated a savage aura as if he had come from a tribe. He was like a peerless saber. Saber chi rampaged about, shattering everything. His killing intense soared into the sky and shook the 9 provinces. It was as if anyone who stood before him would be instantly torn apart by the saber chi. The Heaven and Earth sect is the mortal enemy of the Southern Universe. I must personally take this brat away and kill him. I'll take his head away and hang it at the entrance of the Gu race. I'll kill the chicken to scare the monkey and intimidate the weaklings of the Eastern Universe. I'll show off the strength of the barbarians. What? Many people gasped when they saw the barbarian green bull. The ancient Southern barbarian clan was a famous saint-level clan. The clansmen who came from this clan were all extremely powerful. Their bodies were comparable to that of ferocious beasts, and they were ferocious and awe-inspiring. Gu Nan was a famous peerless genius. He had only cultivated for 5,000 years, but he was already a mid-Dharma plane powerhouse. His combat ability was earth-shattering, and even many old antiques were no match for him. He was as famous as 13th Crane. All of you get lost. I, Wu Han, have taken a fancy to this Xia Ping. He must become a part of my collection. I'll turn him into an ice sculpture and bring him back to the Northern Universe. With a whoosh, another figure flew over from afar. It was a young man dressed in white. He looked very ordinary on the surface. However, as soon as he appeared, it was as if the temperature within 1,000 miles had dropped. A blizzard swept over, seemingly turning the entire area into a world of ice and snow. Heavy snowflakes fell from the sky, and everyone couldn't help but shiver. Under such low temperatures, they felt as if their blood had frozen. Ice Demon Wuhan. The group of people was shocked. They immediately recognized the true identity of the man in white with a biting cold aura. The so-called Ice Demons were a powerful clan from the Northern Universe. It was said that they lived in a secret realm with an extremely harsh environment, and their lives were extremely cruel. The Ice Demons who grew up in such an environment were all very powerful. They were born with the ability to control the power of ice, and they were also cruel. They respected power and treated life with indifference. His life belongs to me, 13th Crane. I feel that as long as I can kill him, my swordsmanship will improve to an unprecedented level. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. 13th Crane was filled with a murderous aura. That won't do. I've already promised the elders of my clan that I must take this brat's head away. His master, Dark North Saint, once caused great harm to the ancient clan. His disciple is the ancient clan's mortal enemy. I want to capture him alive and imprison him in the dungeon. I'll extract his blood and refine it into elixirs. I'll provide elixirs to the ancient clan and make him a medicine slave. Gu Nan's eyes were filled with cruelty. I want to freeze him and turn him into an ice sculpture. I'll decorate my room. Chapter 17:14. You guys are a little too arrogant. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes and looked at the increasing number of experts gathering. A dangerous aura appeared in his eyes. Do you really think that I am a fish on the chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered? His aura grew stronger bit by bit. You know your place. You know that you are a fish on the chopping block. You are smart. Gu Nan laughed, and a sinister look appeared in his eyes. I have changed my mind. Killing you might not be the best choice. How about this? I will give you a chance. Kneel down and beg for mercy. Become my slave. Be my slave for all eternity. If you do that, I will be able to use my magic to save your life and take you away from this place. Maybe you will be able to survive. What do you think? He made his request. Gu Nan, you overestimate yourself. 13th Crane laughed coldly. Do you think that you can escape from this place with your insignificant methods? What a joke. When I want to kill someone, no one has ever managed to escape. Xia Ping, you better know what's good for you. Don't make a stupid struggle. In front of my crane sword tribe, the weak human race only has one path: death. You better give yourself up now. Don't waste my time. His expression was arrogant and condescending. You are too noisy. I will take this human's life. Just as this group of people were quarreling, Wu Han couldn't take it anymore. He immediately attacking Xia Ping. He wanted to take the initiative and kill Xia Ping. Damn it. This bastard dares to attack first? Is he tired of living? Many experts' expressions changed. They did not expect Wu Han to be so daring. He dared to risk the world's condemnation and attack Xia Ping first. He was too arrogant. Seal, freezing 1,000 miles, absolute chill. Wu Han moved and formed seals with both hands. An ice matrix was circulating in the depths of his eyes. It shone with a white light, as if his pupils had turned completely white. Countless runes flashed. A white icy current came out of his body and instantly covered a circumference of 3,000 miles. The area turned into a white fog, freezing everything within 3,000 miles. This was the ultimate skill of the Ice Demon clan, freezing 3,000 miles. Under such cold air, the blood, magic power, and soul of most living beings would be frozen. Their senses would become incomparably slow, and even their thoughts would become stagnant. In the past, a powerful being from the Ice Demon race had used this move and instantly froze a planet. Even after millions of years, it did not melt. Even now, it was still vivid and lifelike, and all living beings were turned into ice sculptures. Just as this ice-type divine ability was about to completely freeze Xia Ping to death, Xia Ping finally made his move. His body shook violently, causing the air around him to explode in a series of explosions, causing the air around him to churn. He transformed into a divine elephant, operating the sea of knowledge of the 9 great divine elephants. It was as if the power of the 9 great divine elephants had merged into one. He took a step forward and punched the air. The power of this punch was earth-shattering. It was as if this part of the universe was going to explode. Dong dong dong. In an instant, this cold domain collapsed. Inch by inch, the air exploded, and all the cold currents were blown away by the terrifying chi strength. They were thrown tens of thousands of miles away and blasted into a vacuum state. In front of this divine elephant fist, the cold currents were simply too weak. It contained the power to be invincible and to be able to sweep through the world. It had unparalleled power and was unstoppable. It was as if this was an invincible demon from the depths of hell, suppressing many powerful beings. It looked up to the sky and let out a long roar, emitting a fierce aura that shook the soul. Vaguely, everyone shuddered. It was as if they were hallucinating. They felt that there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood behind Xia Ping. The skeletons piled up one after another. It was like a mountain of corpses, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles. Countless souls were wailing. This kind of blood-red murderous aura was soul-stirring, making their minds tremble. They almost couldn't hold their spirits. Impossible. He actually broke the divine ability of the Ice Demon race with one punch and forcefully dispersed my cold aura, turning it into a vacuum. What kind of brute force is this? The ice demon Wuhan was violently shaken. His face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He screamed. The strength of that punch had also seeped into his body, causing him to be severely injured. He almost couldn't believe his own eyes. This kind of power was too tyrannical. It was purely using force to suppress others. It was pure violence, destroying everything in its path. There was no reason at all. Even the peerless monsters of the Western cosmos elephant race didn't have such terrifying strength. What kind of bullshit ice divine ability is this? It's simply too weak. After saying so much, there's only one reason. You're really too weak. Xia Ping said lightly. Good, very good. Just because of what you said, you'll die 10,000 times. 10,000 times. Do you understand? The ice demon Wuhan was so angry that he almost died. He flew into a rage. These words stabbed the weakest part of his heart. Because in the ice demon race, the strong were respected. The weak were prey to the strong. Being weak was the original sin. He had fought for countless years and finally obtained his current strength and status. It was incomparably difficult. But now, there was actually someone who dared to say that he was too weak. He even lectured him in a condescending tone, reminding him of the time when he was weak and humiliated by others. Go to hell, cold netherworld diagram. Wuhan took out a magic treasure from his body. It was a silvery white scroll painting. It expanded with the wind and instantly covered a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. It was as if a world of ice and snow had descended. Icebergs appeared one after another, rivers of ice gushed out one after another, and storms howled one after another. In the depths of this painting scroll, there were waves of cold currents interweaving with each other. It was filled with a terrifying power of ice, forming an absolute cold domain. It was as if it had turned into absolute zero, freezing everything. Once one was enveloped by this painting scroll, one would instantly be killed by the power of ice, and their vitality would be destroyed. Too weak. Xia Ping took a step forward and slapped out with his palm. Great yin-yang tablet smashing palm. This palm was earth-shattering. Yin and yang qi gathered in the depths of the heaven and earth, turning into a huge black and white millstone. It contained the mystery of the alternation of the sun and moon, the mysteries of the changes of yin and yang, deducing the true essence of the operation of the universe. At the same time, this palm also contained the power of the 9 great divine elephants, raising this palm technique to the realm of divinity. It condensed into a physical form, like a divine beast attacking. It was only a palm, but when it landed on this painting scroll, it instantly shattered the ice mountains and the rivers. All the cold currents were shaken into a ball of energy, turning into nothingness. Great formations collapsed one after another, completely collapsing. The world shattered and collapsed. With a slap, this cold netherworld diagram was completely suppressed, turning into a palm-sized painting scroll, which also fell into Xia Ping's hand. No! Wuhan screamed. His magic treasure was forcefully taken away, and he was hit by another palm. He couldn't bear it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood as if it was free, and his expression was miserable. Bang! Chapter 1715. Oh my God! The cultivators at the side were dumbfounded and in disbelief. Ice Demon Wuhan was a famous Transcendence Realm cultivator in the North Universe. He had lived for thousands of years and made a name for himself. Many veteran Transcendence Realm cultivators had died in his hands. Even if he encountered a Thunder Retribution Realm cultivator, Wuhan could still survive. But now, he had encountered Xia Ping and had his head cut off in a few moves. He could not fight back at all. It was unbelievable. At that moment, Ice Demon Wuhan was still struggling. Even if his head had been cut off, he was still a Transcendence Realm cultivator. He still had great vitality and could speak. He let out a blood-curdling scream. Impossible! How could I, Wuhan, die? How could I die? I am a peerless genius of the Ice Demon clan. I once obtained a sage orthodoxy and had countless fortuitous encounters. I have endless potential, and it is even possible for me to become a sage. But how can I die in the hands of a lowly human like you? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Why is this happening? He was extremely unwilling to accept this. His voice was filled with resentment, fear, and shock. He did not expect that he would end up in such a miserable state. He had been killed in a few moves. There is no why. It is just because you are too weak. Weak, yet you are still humble and arrogant. You dare to touch something that does not belong to you. If you don't die, who will? Xia Ping looked at Ice Demon Wu Han calmly. His magic power surged toward him. With a bang, Ice Demon Wu Han's body exploded into powder. Even his primordial spirit collapsed and disappeared completely. It was impossible for him to appear in this universe again. 13th Crane, you were very arrogant just now. You even wanted to kill me to practice your sword. Why don't you try to kill me again? Xia Ping turned around and looked at 13th Crane in the distance. He suddenly threw a punch and executed a peerless divine ability. Damn it. 13 Slaughter Swords, first style, throat sealing slash. 13th Crane's hair stood on end when he sensed the terrifying murderous aura from Xia Ping. He immediately drew his sword and attacked as fast as lightning. He slashed with his sword and released a peerless sword aura. The might of this strike was extremely terrifying. It was like a strand of cold light that pierced through the darkness, and it also seemed like a ray of light that tore apart the curtain of darkness. It contained the transformations of yin and yang, the 5 elements, the 3 powers, and so on. The people in the surroundings were all astonished. They could also sense the terror of this sword. It was as if the entire world had darkened, and the only thing left in the world was this cold light. When this sword neared, their heads would fly off, and their throats would be filled with blood. Martial Path Mystique, Black Vortex Ripple Fist. Xia Ping punched out. The fist energy spun, forming a huge black vortex. Circles of ripples appeared in the depths of the void. It was as though the entire world had turned into ripples, constantly trembling. The people in the surroundings could feel the terrifying power of this sound wave. It was clearly not targeted at them, but it made them feel incomparably uncomfortable. It was as if they could hear the heartbeat of a peerless beast, affecting the circulation of their qi and blood. Their qi and blood surged, and they felt like they were about to vomit blood. Even their heads were buzzing. The two forces instantly clashed against each other. Clanging sounds rang out, and endless sparks surged. The sword aura tried to cut apart the black vortex and tear apart the chaos. But it was useless. The power of the vortex was too terrifying. It continued to strangle and devour everything. It was like a black hole that could devour all power, and even light was distorted. With a slap, the sword aura was instantly devoured and disappeared without a trace. You have some skill, but even so, you will still die. 13 Slaughter Swords, 13th Style, Flowing Light Shift. 13th Crane instantly executed 13 Slaughter Swords, and countless sword lights shot out. They overlapped with each other, and thousands upon thousands of sword lights were released. They were so dense that they covered the void. There seemed to be the power of time and illusory contained within them. The two powers intersected with each other and turned into a world of swords. All enemies who were trapped within the world of swords would feel as if they had gone through thousands of years. Even their lifespans would be swiftly reduced, and in the span of a few breaths, thousands of years of their lifespan would disappear. If some of the old antiques were struck by this sword, their lifespans would immediately come to an end, and they would die from the decay of the heavens. Even races with long lifespans would sink into endless illusions and the flow of time if they were struck by this move. They would never be able to free themselves, and it would be as if they were forever trapped in this world of swords. This was also his strongest sword of slaughter. It was omnipotent and invincible. Break! Xia Ping could also sense how terrifying this sword was. It was as if the baptism of time was being imposed on him, and the flow of time around him kept speeding up. This was a supreme profundity of sword Dao divine ability. But he was fearless. He circulated the pure yang everlasting art in his body, and endless fire power surged out from the depths of his body. He could vaguely make out the cry of a golden crow of hell. This was an indestructible divine beast, an immortal existence that could not be baptized by time. Martial Dao divine ability, Sun God Fist. This punch shook the world and destroyed the ages. A golden crow of hell appeared. This was the god of fire, the ruler of the world, and it controlled countless strange flames in the world. Terrifying fire power surged out. It was extremely pure, and there was not a hint of impurities in it. It contained terrifying destructive power. The appearance of these flames seemed to cause even the void to collapse from the heat. Boom! The world of swords collapsed in an instant. All the sword chi was turned into powder, and the layers of space collapsed. The earth trembled, the mountains swayed, the stars fell, and the great path collapsed. Regardless of whether it was the power of illusion or the power of time, they all seemed like a joke in the face of this immortal flame. They were all burned into nothingness and completely shattered. 13th Crane let out a shrill scream, and his body was sent flying. With a crack, the sword that he regarded as important as his life broke into more than a dozen pieces. He felt a turbulent power surging out of his body. The terrifying flames burned his body, and even his primordial spirit was burned into nothingness. This was a fatal danger. Damned bastard human, you want to kill me? It won't be that easy. Unparalleled sword heart, escape. 13th Crane shouted angrily. He circulated his magic power and instantly destroyed the sword on his body, his protective true chi, and his protective armor. They were all destroyed, and he gave up everything to save himself. He completely extinguished the immortal flames. He made a prompt decision and gathered his chi, magic power, and primordial spirit to quickly turn into a sharp sword. He immediately wanted to escape from this dangerous place. At that moment, he no longer cared about anything. He was like a stray dog, and he did not dare to stay. Trying to run? Do you think it's that easy? Just stay here obediently. Xia Ping laughed coldly and stretched out his claw. It was the golden crow of hell's divine ability, Golden Crow of Hell's Claw. The dark golden claw seemed to seep through the void and ignore the distance between them. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. With a bang, it instantly grabbed 13th Crane out of the void. Chapter 1716. 13th Crane screamed, "Xia Ping, spare me! Spare my life! As long as you spare me, you will become an eternal friend of the Sword Crane race and obtain the friendship of our race. You must know that I, 13th Crane, am a peerless genius of the Sword Crane race and have the potential to become a demon saint. If I die, it will be a great loss that the Sword Crane race can't bear. If you dare to kill me, you'll be making an enemy out of the Sword Crane race. The elders and patriarch of our race will never let you off. They'll definitely fight to the death. Could it be that your Qinkuan sect wants to start a war with my Sword Crane race?" He roared crazily, trying to scare Xia Ping. "You wanted to kill me just now. Aren't you afraid of starting a war with my Heaven and Earth sect? Now you are worried about starting a war?" Xia Ping sneered. "If you want to start a war, then let's start a war. Who is afraid of who? If the Sword Crane race dares to come, then I will kill them all. Let's see who is tougher. You still want to threaten me when you are about to die? Who do you think you are?" He circulated his divine ability and countless dark golden runes appeared on the Golden Crow Hellclaw. They surged and an extremely terrifying energy was brewing. When he sensed the destructive killing intent, 13th Crane was terrified, and he shouted, "No! Don't kill me! Spare me! I'm willing to be your dog. I'll be your dog." Bang! Before he finished speaking, the huge claw squeezed and his voice stopped. 13th Crane's body was crushed and his primordial spirit was destroyed. He completely disappeared from this universe and could no longer speak. "Oh my God, this is too brutal." The group of prodigies was stunned and their minds went blank. In an instant, 13th Crane and Wu Han, two Dharma Plane cultivators, had been killed by Xia Ping. They died a violent death and couldn't even escape. They were originally wary of each other and were wary of each other in case they fought with Xia Ping and both of them were injured. That was why they didn't attack together and were on guard against each other. But they didn't expect Xia Ping to be so brutal and tyrannical. The two Dharma Plane cultivators killed them without giving them a chance to save them. "Fuck this monster, let's go." The ancient race youth, Gunan, was known as the pride of the southern cosmos. He had enmity with the Heaven and Earth sect and wanted to capture and kill Xia Ping. He wanted to refine Xia Ping into medicinal pills, but right now, all of his fine hairs stood on end. It was because he sensed that Xia Ping's divine will had locked onto him, filled with killing intent. He immediately felt a great sense of danger, as if he was being targeted by a peerless, vicious beast. How could this be? When he saw 13th Crane and Wu Han's pathetic state, he knew that he was definitely not the brat's opponent. If they truly fought against each other, he would definitely die with just a few punches and kicks. He didn't say another word. He turned into an extreme blade and condensed blade energy. He immediately tore through the void, wishing to avoid the sharpness and quickly flee. He didn't want to get involved in this mess again. However, Xia Ping had long been eyeing him. How could he let this kid escape? Why are you running? Didn't you want to capture me back to the ancient race and refine me into a pill? Instead of catching me, you're running away? Xia Ping's figure flickered as he used the Kunpeng steps and a pair of wings appeared on his back. In an instant, he dove into the void and moved 1,000 miles away, instantly appearing in front of Gunan. When Gunan sensed this tyrannical aura, he was instantly shocked. He had no choice but to stop, or else he would definitely clash head-on with Xia Ping. Brother Xia, what happened earlier was just a misunderstanding. Don't you know that I'm bragging? Earlier, I was just randomly bragging. Bragging isn't against the law, right? Gunan laughed dryly, indicating that this was just a misunderstanding. Bragging isn't against the law, but your words are very nice to hear. I want to invite you back to the Heaven and Earth sect and listen to your bragging. I'll let you brag for 3 days and 3 nights. What do you think? Xia Ping grinned as he looked at Gunan. His divine sense locked onto Gunan's aura, locking down the void. A great formation rose in the surroundings, cutting off Gunan's path of retreat. Xia Ping, don't go too far. No matter what, I'm still a descendant of the ancient race. Gunan sensed danger and roared in anger. So what if I'm going too far? If you have the guts, come and bite me. Xia Ping coldly laughed and punched out. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled, the stars trembled, and the universe reversed. Fine, since you want to court death, I'll grant you your wish. If I don't show my might, you would really think that I, Gunan, am a sick cat. Gunan from the barbarian race flipped out, his ferocious nature erupted. Since he was already forced to such a state, he could only fight to the death. I'll let you have a taste of my barbarian race's supreme saber art, Azura bloodthirsty saber. Gunan roared towards the sky. The long saber in his hand slashed out. Azura. This saber was extremely terrifying. The baleful aura of Azura permeated the air, covering a radius of 30,000 miles. The saber chi crisscrossed, creating many illusions. It was as though numerous Azuras were walking out from the depths of hell. The area covered by the saber chi was filled with terrifying killing intent and the stench of blood. It was as though this place had transformed into an Azura hell. This was a place of slaughter. In the depths of the void, endless killing intent gathered in this treasured saber. It was completely condensed and then erupted. It slashed out with an earth-shattering saber strike. It was enough to shatter the stars, slaughter ghosts, and recreate the universe. The surrounding people were all terrified. They could completely feel the terror of this saber strike. As expected of the supreme genius of the barbarian race of the southern universe. He had already cultivated this famous and supreme saber art to the acme of perfection. Perhaps even ordinary Transcendence Realm cultivators would not be able to withstand this saber strike. They would be instantly killed, and their primordial spirits would be destroyed. However, the moment the saber slashed down, its power stopped abruptly. This was because the saber light was instantly caught by a dark golden claw. It was like an eagle catching a chick. It was firmly caught in the hand. No matter how vicious the saber light was, it could not escape. With a boom, the dark golden claw gently squeezed, and the saber light was instantly destroyed. Meanwhile, Gunan's perlicue became numb. A terrifying vibration came from it. The treasured saber in his hand was immediately shaken off, and the terrifying force seeped into his internal organs. With a pft, he could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. His breathing was weak, and he was seriously injured on the spot. Xia Ping wanted to punch Gu Nan to death, but Gu Nan suddenly raised his head and shouted, "Wait, you can't kill me. If you have the guts, let me go now. We'll fight again in 3 years. If you can defeat me again at that time, then I will wholeheartedly admit my defeat. In the future, I will recognize you as my master. What do you think?" He wanted to sign a 3-year agreement with Xia Ping. Fight again in 3 years? Xia Ping was stunned. He looked at Gu Nan with a strange expression. He had seen many enemies beg for mercy before they died. However, most of them were threats or groveling. He had never seen someone like Gu Nan who wanted to fight him again in 3 years. "That's right. You are a supreme genius and the disciple of a sage. You cultivate quickly. How can you be considered a hero by killing a defenseless person? You will be laughed at if word of this gets out. Besides, don't you have the guts to defeat me again?" Gu Nan spoke again, trying to provoke him. Dong. Chapter 17:17. You want to fight in 3 years? Do you think I'm stupid? Xia Ping looked speechlessly at Gu Nan, who had been killed by his punch. This kid had lost his mind. Did he think he was just playing house? This was a battle of life and death. Did he think that others would give him another chance to challenge him? What did he think he was? A boss who could level up by killing monsters? It was a waste of energy to talk to such an idiot. It was better to kill him with a punch. He could not be bothered to talk to him. He grabbed with his hand and took the space rings left behind by Gu Nan, 13 Crane, and Wu Han. The treasures, elixirs, and spirit herbs in the space rings fell into his hands. All dead. Everyone was indescribably shocked as they looked at the scene before them in disbelief. Ice Demon Wu Han, 13 Crane of the Sword Crane clan, and Gu Nan of the Barbarian clan were all famous Dharma adepts. They could be said to be geniuses of their generation. Although they were not invincible, they rarely had a match. But now they had encountered a junior in the returning nature realm, and he had killed them with just a few punches and kicks. Even when they tried to use secret techniques to escape, they could not do anything and were killed. This Xia Ping was so strong that it made people's hair stand on end. He's too strong. What kind of martial arts is this? His power is so strong that it's unbelievable. He's like a fierce ancient god. Who can withstand his power? He can kill a Dharma adept with brute force alone. No wonder he's so arrogant and looks down on all the heroes in the world. Yin Shirshing and the others could not help but gulp. They were glad that they did not turn against Xia Ping, or else they would have been treated as Xia Ping's enemies, and they would have followed in the footsteps of 13 Crane and the others. But who would have thought that this kid was so strong? It was too exaggerated. He really is a monster. Even those geniuses from the Central Universe are not as strong as him. Yi Mengyao was also secretly shocked. In truth, she had seen countless geniuses, but Xia Ping was still unique. He was beyond her imagination. His unreasonable violence alone was unparalleled. It was as if he had been possessed by a divine beast. Who else dares to come out and fight me alone? Come out and take 2 steps. If I can't kill you with 3 punches, I, Xia Ping, will turn around and leave. Xia Ping stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at everyone with disdain. Fight your grandpa? One-on-one? You're dreaming. We specialize in gang fights. Who has the time to fight you one-on-one? Don't be too arrogant. We have a lot of people on our side. Just a spit from each of us will be enough to drown you. Someone cursed loudly, exposing Xia Ping's sinister intentions. He even tried to fight one-on-one with them. What kind of joke was this? They had so many people that they didn't have to gang up on him. Could it be that they were going to die one by one? Did he really think they were fools? He even said that he would turn around and leave if he couldn't kill him in 3 punches. Fuck, his tone was arrogant and full of righteousness, but why did it sound a little off? It seemed like he was saying that he would flee if he couldn't win. They had never seen an unparalleled genius with such a thick skin. He was completely shameless to say such shameless words. Why are you still talking nonsense with him? Everyone, let's gang up on him and beat him to death. Don't give him a chance to fight one-on-one. Many of the geniuses from the various races were very afraid of Xia Ping. After all, the other party's strength had been completely revealed. Even Wu Han and the other Dharma adepts had been killed with just a few punches and kicks. If they went up alone, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. They surrounded him in twos and threes, as if they wanted to form a large matrix and gather a shocking attack. This is a little troublesome. Yin Shirshing and the others' expressions suddenly became serious. Their hearts were uneasy. Although they had killed Wu Han and the other two Dharma adepts, the situation had not changed. There were still thousands of people on the other side. They could not beat them at all. Rumble, at this moment, a terrifying demonic aura came from afar. The sky was filled with dark clouds that spread over. It was like a dark curtain covering the void, completely swallowing all the sunlight. Demons from the abyss. Oh no, the demons from the abyss are here. Everyone present was shocked and pale. They turned to look and immediately saw that the sky in the distance was already densely packed with demons from the abyss. There was almost no gap. This was not as simple as just tens of thousands of demons from the abyss. There were already hundreds of millions of demons from the abyss. The number was so large that it made one's hair stand on end. Damn, why are there so many demons from the abyss? The commotion from the battle just now must have been too big. That must have attracted these demons from the abyss. Damn, why are there so many? Hundreds of millions of demons from the abyss. How can we kill them all? Kilmias. They can drown us with just a mouthful of saliva. How can we stop them? The faces of the geniuses from the various races were green. Their numbers of a few thousand could not compare to the hundreds of millions of demons. It was like a drop of water in the ocean. It was completely useless. Previously, they had wanted to gang up on Xia Ping and bully him with numbers. Now, even more terrifying demons from the abyss were coming. There were hundreds of millions of them. It was their turn to taste what it felt like to be bullied. They could not fight at all. At this moment, they were not in the mood to kill Xia Ping. Chapter 17-18. Senior Sister Yi, what do we do? Xia Ping had run away. Without their pillar of support, many could only turn their pleading gazes to Yi Mengyao, who had the highest cultivation. What else can we do? Do we have to fight to the death with these demons? Hurry up and run. Let's leave it to fate. Yi Mengyao said snappily. She was extremely embarrassed. Although she didn't place her hopes of survival on Xia Ping, seeing this bastard run faster than anyone else and leave them in this place, she couldn't help but feel angry. This secret plane is so big. Where do we run to? Someone asked. Run towards the Five Fingers Mountain. There's a Buddhist seal left by a Buddhist sage there. It contains a terrifying purifying power. It's a sealed land. Those demons definitely won't dare to go near. Yi Mingyao's eyes glinted as she made her decision. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The others also moved at once, running at a speed they had never reached in their lives towards the depths of the secret plane, escaping from the pursuit of the demons. As for the prodigies who had wanted to kill Xia Ping, their faces were pale with fright. Now was not the time to fight. They had better run, or they would definitely become food for the demons. Kiki, foolish humans, this is the world of us demons. Where do you think you're going? You can't run. Stay here obediently and become our food. Don't let them run into the Five Fingers Mountain, or they won't be able to get in. Chase, immediately chase them and kill these humans. Many abyssal demons snickered. How could they let this group of rare prey escape? All of them increased their speed and chased after them ferociously and crazily. This pursuit lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Though it looked like they were very close to the Five Fingers Mountain, they didn't know how many tens of thousands of miles it was. They had run for 3 days and 3 nights and still hadn't arrived. Most of them were hunted down and killed by the abyss demons, becoming their food. Blood flowed like a river. Why are they all chasing me? However, at this moment, Xia Ping was extremely depressed. Because after killing a portion of the troops, the majority of the abyssal demons seemed to have locked onto him. They were relentlessly pursuing him, and they still didn't let up. It seemed like no matter where he was hiding, as long as he left a trace, these abyssal demons would have a way to find him and flock to him. Moreover, there were simply too many of these abyssal demons. There were over 100 million of them, and it was impossible to kill them all. In fact, if he took a little longer to kill these abyssal demons, he would be surrounded by them, unable to escape. He had narrowly escaped death several times in the past. Damn it, we can't go on like this. Before we reach the Five Fingers Mountain, we will be annihilated by these abyssal demons. Looks like I have to think of a way to completely annihilate these abyssal demons. A cold light flashed in Xiaoping's eyes. He wasn't the kind of person who would passively take a beating and not retaliate. After being chased by the abyssal demons for 3 days and 3 nights, even a Buddha would get angry. Suddenly, a thought flashed in the depths of his mind. There's no other way. Since these abyssal demons want to die, we'll grant them their wish. Xiaoping's figure flickered as he concealed himself once more. He planned to set up a trap to exterminate this group of abyss demons. On the other hand, Yin Shishing and the others were also being chased miserably. More than half of them were dead or injured. Because they had fled in the same direction as Xiaoping, they had also seen Xiaoping's miserable state as he was being chased by the abyssal demons. Hi, bastard Xiaoping, serves him right. He was actually chased so miserably by the abyssal demons. Someone was gloating. If this bastard hadn't fled first and let us block those abyssal demons, we wouldn't have suffered such heavy casualties. Someone gritted his teeth and blamed this matter on Xiaoping. But why are those abyssal demons chasing Xiaoping relentlessly? Could it be that they have some secret? Someone's eyes flashed. He felt that Xiaoping might have a huge secret on him that made those abyssal demons drool. That was why they were chasing relentlessly. Why do we care so much? Yin Shishing sneered. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with us. Let's not get involved. Even if that brat has treasures that the abyssal demons drool over, it's not something we can touch. If you want to live, don't get those treasures that you can't protect. That's the path to death. Many people nodded. The most important principle to survive in this universe was not to get those treasures that didn't belong to you. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a fortuitous encounter, but a pure disaster. But where did senior sister Yi go? Someone discovered that Yi Mengyao had disappeared. I'm not sure. It's chaotic. Junior sister Yi disappeared when she was being chased by the abyssal demons. But she's strong and has good luck. She won't die so easily. Yin Shishing felt that it was a pity. If he could stay by Yi Menyao's side, he might have a life and death experience with her. At that time, wouldn't it be easier to pursue her? Let's go. More abyssal demons are coming. Hide quickly. A scout shouted. Hearing this, Yin Shishing and the others quickly moved and hid. At this time, many abyssal demons were chasing after Xiaoping. Damn it, he's really a rat-like human. How can he hide so well? We were careless and he escaped again. What treasure does that bastard have on him? Why can he hide from us at all times? Some abyssal demons were exasperated and very discouraged. They originally thought that chasing after a puny human would be a simple matter. But after 3 days and 3 nights, they still didn't find anything. Instead, many of their companions were killed, and they suffered heavy losses. Don't worry. This mystic realm is the territory of us abyssal demons. That kid's hiding skills are indeed powerful, but how long can he hide? He will eventually be caught by us. A goat-horned demon sneered. But why does the Lord want us to chase after this puny human, and even capture him alive? A bull-horned demon asked doubtfully. Shut up. An abyssal demon at the side shouted angrily, This is the will of the Lord. You still dare to speculate? Do you want to die? We will do whatever the Lord wants us to do. As for the intentions, it's not something we can guess or suspect. Yes. Many of the bull-horned demons were scared half to death. They nodded repeatedly and didn't dare to question further. Leader, that human appeared in a valley 3,000 li ahead. Moreover, he seems to have suffered serious injuries and can't run any further. A demon scout reported back excitedly. Chase after him. We can't let him escape this time. There are ambushes on all sides. I want him to be unable to escape. The leader of the demonic beast shouted. Chapter 17:19. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In a few breaths of time, the entire valley was filled with abyssal demons. They were densely packed and covered the sky and earth. The demonic aura was dense and covered the sky. And in the center of the valley was Xia Ping alone. It was like he was surrounded by a group of demons. This human actually didn't escape and stayed in the valley like a fool. Could he be plotting something? Some abyssal demons were very puzzled as they looked at Xia Ping. As demons, they were naturally cunning and suspicious of everything. They immediately felt that this human might be plotting something. That's right. This human ran so fast just now and disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Now that we found him so easily, it's strange no matter how I think about it. It's better to be careful. Many demons felt the same way. Plotting my ass. A goat-horned demon sneered. This human has probably lost all hope and knows that he can't escape from us demons no matter what. Hence, he surrendered himself and doesn't want to run anymore. That's right. So what if this human is really plotting something? We have 300 million abyssal demons here. We can drown him with just a mouthful of saliva from each of us. What can he do? Indeed. In the face of absolute power, any scheme is a joke. If he dares to set up a trap here, he is just getting caught in a cocoon of his own making. How can he do anything to us? Many abyssal demons sneered. They also knew that this human's actions were strange. But so what? They had 300 million abyssal demons gathered here. No matter how powerful this human was, he would only die. They were fearless. Human. At this moment, a demon commander shouted, "I advise you to surrender immediately. Otherwise, if we capture you alive, you won't even be able to die." A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He hoped that Xia Ping would surrender obediently. That way, there wouldn't be any accidents. All of you are here? Xia Ping stood on the ground with his hands clasped behind his back. He ignored the words of this demon commander. His divine senses spread out for hundreds of thousands of miles. The surroundings were densely packed with abyssal demons. There were 300 million of them. This was a despair-inducing number of demons. Even a lightning tribulation realm expert wouldn't have a chance of survival in this place. Since you're here, don't run. All of you stay here. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. The reason why he had taken the initiative to appear and attract all these abyss demons was to capture all of them in one fell swoop. At this moment, Xia Ping was very excited. If he could kill these 300 million abyssal demons, he didn't know how much soul energy he would be able to devour. It would raise his martial arts realm to an even higher realm, allowing him to improve by leaps and bounds. Upon thinking of this, he no longer planned to hold back. He took out a few stalks of 10,000-year-old spirit herbs and swallowed them just like that. After that, he circulated the energy of the sun furnace and swiftly refined them. Crash! Suddenly, a huge amount of medicinal power surged in his body. The infernal golden crow cells in his body also awakened crazily. 10,000 cells, 20,000 cells, 50,000 cells, 100,000 cells. In the end, the number of infernal golden crow cells in his body had reached the 10 millionth. In truth, Xia Ping could originally allow the number of infernal golden crow cells in his body to reach 10 millionth. However, once he awakened the 10 millionth, he would definitely encounter a terrifying lightning tribulation. Recently, he had many things he needed to do. Hence, he had been suppressing the rate at which his infernal golden crow cells were awakened. But today, he no longer needed to suppress it. He wanted to borrow the power of the heavenly tribulation to kill all these demons that were chasing him. Boom! When Xia Ping awakened the 10 millionth infernal golden crow cell, his body shook like a chaotic explosion. He broke through a certain bottleneck, raising the density of his bloodline to a brand new realm. It was as though he had broken through to a new martial realm. His strength, speed, reflexes, etc. were all crazily rising. The toughness of his body was also constantly being tempered and strengthened. His blood was also undergoing a heaven-shaking transformation, turning a dark gold color. Vaguely, each drop of blood seemed to have a dark golden rune. These runes were like runes from hell, exuding a noble, ancient, chaotic, abyssal, and other aura, containing boundless energy. Once they were unleashed, the might they could unleash was simply unimaginable. Bloodline theurgy? Suddenly, Xia Ping was enlightened. When the density of his bloodline reached a certain level, a large amount of information seemed to gush out from the depths of his bloodline and instilled into his brain. Ah! He let out a scream because he suddenly found that his left eye was acting strangely. Boundless and terrifying bloodline energy surged into the depths of his pupil. At this moment, this pupil turned into a dark vortex like an abyss. It spun crazily and produced a terrifying devouring power. It was as though a passage to hell had been opened. Walala, in the depths of the void, there seemed to be a dark dimensional passage that connected to hell. From the depths of hell, there seemed to be a great vortex's aura that instantly surged into the pupil of his left eye. Immediately, many hell runes appeared and condensed into a hell scripture. It completely merged into Xia Ping's left eye and formed the swastika symbol. It was as though his left eye had turned into a world of hell. What is this? Xia Ping was startled. He suddenly discovered that his left eye had undergone a transformation. It was an earth-shattering transformation. After opening his left eye, the entire world had changed. He found that this world was no longer a world of 5 colors but a world of black and white. There were many black lines. There were also many black lines on the bodies of the abyssal demons in front of him. He instinctively felt that these were lines of death. Once they were broken, it meant that these abyssal demons would die. This feeling was incomparably strange. It was as though Xia Ping only needed to move slightly to move these lines of death, and he could kill a large number of abyssal demons. It was very simple. Eye of the Nether Deity. Xia Ping immediately knew what kind of existence this eye he had awakened was. This was a terrifying demonic eye that had been born after the Golden Crow had fallen into hell and devoured the authority and boundless energy of hell. Some people called it the Eye of the Nether Deity. It represented that one had grasped the authority of the Nether Deity and understood the true meaning of death. It could walk in the depths of hell and stand above everything. Some people called it the Eye of Death. It could see the lines of death of countless living beings and see through their weaknesses. It could directly attack the essence of the soul. There was nothing it could not kill. Some people even called it the Eye of Hell. This was an eye that stood above hell. It was cold and emotionless. It was high and mighty like a ruler that judged everything. Once it appeared, even gods and demons would be killed. Previously, Xia Ping's right eye had awakened the Golden Crow's eye. It could control the power of all strange flames and understand the true meaning of martial arts. Chapter 1720. This eye is really too strong. Xia Ping was extremely shocked. He felt that as long as he opened his left eye, he would become the god of hell. All his emotions would be erased, and he would be cold and emotionless. No emotions would affect him. He would be absolutely rational, just like the god of the underworld. In this state, his battle power would increase exponentially. Even if a powerful cultivator at the peak of the Dharma stage appeared in front of him, he would be killed in an instant, tearing apart their lines of death. However, opening the eye of the underworld required a lot of soul energy and physical strength. It could not be maintained for many seconds. Based on his current strength, it would be impressive if he could open it for 3 seconds. But even so, it was still a huge trump card, and it greatly increased his combat power. If he continued to evolve, he would be able to master the eye of the underworld sooner or later. At that time, he would be the real god of the underworld, the great existence that ruled over the eternal hell. The heavenly trial is here. Xia Ping suddenly raised his head. He felt a little scared. He did not know when a huge dark cloud had appeared above his head, covering a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. Such a dark cloud surged out from the depths of the void. It was formed by the power of the catastrophe. It was extremely dark and deep. It represented the catastrophe of everything, represented the final surge of destruction. Even the aura of the demons was not as dark as the aura of the catastrophe. How is this possible? It's the 64th Thunder Trial? How did it suddenly increase so much? Xiaoping's face sank. According to the scale of the previous heavenly tribulation, he should have experienced 54 lightning tribulations this time. Now, however, it had suddenly increased to 64 lightning tribulations. The power of the heavenly tribulation had increased exponentially. System, what is going on? Xiaoping immediately asked. The system said, the rules of the universe have sensed that the host's threat has increased beyond imagination, so it has automatically adjusted the power of the heavenly trial. This time, you have to experience 64 Thunder Trial. Next time, you will have to experience at least 81 Thunder Trial. It may even be more. I hope the host is mentally prepared. There's such a thing? Is it my fault that I'm too strong? Xiaoping was speechless. But he was not afraid. With his current strength, although the 64th Thunder Trial was powerful, it would be difficult to kill him. Not to mention that there were 300 million demons from the abyss around him to help him resist. He looked at the surrounding abyssal demons with a treacherous expression. At this time, the many abyssal demons were not fools. They immediately discovered the changes in their surroundings and sensed the vast tribulation clouds in the depths of the sky. All of their hair stood on end. To the demons of the abyss, the lightning tribulation was the most terrifying tribulation power. It was their natural nemesis. Damn it, what's wrong with this human? Why did he suddenly trigger the lightning tribulation? What did he do? Many abyssal demons were so frightened that their faces turned green when they saw the power of the lightning tribulation brewing in the sky. They were at a loss of what to do, causing endless panic. They could sense that this lightning tribulation was no ordinary lightning tribulation. It covered a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers and caused lightning in the void. Moreover, its aura and power were continuously stacking up. When the power of thunder tribulation reached a certain level, they discovered that many creatures formed from the essence of thunder appeared in the depths of the dark clouds. There were thunder dragons, thunder snakes, thunder horses, thunder tigers, thunder crocodiles, thunder bulls, thunderbirds, and so on. These lightning tribulation creatures were extremely terrifying. They were even more terrifying than ordinary lightning tribulations. They had intelligence and knew how to see through the enemy's weakness, making it difficult to dodge. It is said that there are some monstrous creatures in the universe. Every time they make a breakthrough, they will trigger the heavenly tribulation. They will be envied by the world and be killed by the lightning tribulation. As long as such people don't die and grow up completely, they will definitely become invincible sages in the future. I'm afraid this human Xiaoping is such a monstrous creature. A demon commander's expression was very ugly. He did not expect the human in front of him to be so terrifying that he could trigger the power of the lightning tribulation every time he made a breakthrough. They also foolishly entered the range of the lightning tribulation and were implicated. Obviously, this bastard human did it on purpose. He wanted to use the power of the lightning tribulation to kill all the abyssal demons. No wonder Lord asked us to capture this human alive. I didn't expect him to be so valuable. Some of the abyssal demons suddenly realized. Valuable my ass. The lightning tribulation is about to descend. We have to think about what to do. Otherwise, we will all die under this heavenly tribulation. This damn human is harming others and himself. Many of the abyssal demons were extremely anxious and their faces were pale. Even though they had 300 million abyssal demons here, compared to the power of the heavenly tribulation, they were just ants. After all, there was a limit to a human's strength. How could they be compared to the strength of a world? Boom. At this moment, the tribulation clouds in the sky rumbled and thunder rumbled. The 60 waves of lightning tribulation that had been brewing for a long time finally landed. Streaks of purple lightning that were as thick as water buckets fell from the sky, aiming at Xiaoping. Whoosh! Xiaoping's body flashed and immediately rushed towards the group of abyssal demons. His speed was extremely fast. Brother demon, there is a lightning tribulation that wants to strike me. Please help me. I will definitely thank you after this. Xiaoping shouted. Help you fucking hell. Hurry up and scram. Damn it, shameless human. You actually dare to use us as scapegoats to help you block the heavenly tribulation. I will curse you to have a son with no eyesight and have bad luck for the rest of his life. Xia Ping, I will not let you off even if I become a ghost. I want to kill him. I must kill this human and tear him into pieces. The group of abyssal demons was enraged. When they saw that purple lightning bolt that was as thick as a bucket, their faces turned green in fright. Fuck, this lightning tribulation was so big that it could scare people to death. Yet he still needed their help? What help? He clearly wanted them to be his shield and scapegoat. He even said that he would thank him after this. Thank him for 18 generations. When the lightning tribulation ended, they would all be struck to death by the lightning. What was there to thank? Was he going to worship them? Xia Ping ignored them and continued burrowing into the group of demons. Bang, bang, bang. The power of the lightning tribulation in the sky seemed to sense that someone dared to help the person facing the tribulation. It seemed to be even more enraged. Countless lightning bolts descended and bombarded Xia Ping's surroundings. They exploded instantly, shaking the heaven and earth and sweeping through the entire universe. One by one, the abyssal demons let out shrill cries. There were simply too many of them and they were gathered together. How could they dodge? They were instantly struck by the lightning tribulation. With just a single strike, they were smashed into black charcoal. Even though the vitality of the abyssal demons was extremely strong and tenacious, the lightning tribulation was specially designed to deal with such life forms. It was filled with the power of destruction. Even the power of regeneration was useless. Chapter 1721. Peng Ping Ping. With Xia Ping as the center, the area within 1,000,000 kilometers was enveloped by the lightning tribulation. Countless bolts of purple lightning fell from the sky, turning the area into a sea of lightning. The abyss demons could not withstand the power of the lightning tribulation at all. Their bodies exploded and they were electrocuted into charcoal corpses. They died horribly. These abyss demons wanted to escape, but Xia Ping chased them relentlessly. Wherever they went, Xia Ping would follow. The lightning tribulation was like a shadow too. There was no way to avoid it. In the end, before the 64 bolts of lightning tribulation descended, most of the abyss demons were killed by the lightning. Walala! After these abyss demons died, large amounts of spiritual energy were devoured and absorbed by Xia Ping. They surged into the depths of his purple kingdom. This caused his primordial spirit and spiritual power to rise. His aura became stronger and stronger. Damn human! We can't let this go on. Otherwise, we'll be killed by the lightning tribulation before that human dies. Fuck, how is this human undergoing lightning tribulation? We are the ones undergoing lightning tribulation. Is there any justice? The heavens are blind. They can't even tell who they are striking. It's all because of this bitch. He runs to wherever there are demons. He's clearly using us as his shield. Kill him. As long as we kill this human, the lightning tribulation will end naturally. This is what it means to capture the ringleader. Right? Kill this bastard human instantly and we can live. Either he dies or we die. Let's fight it out with him. All the demons were going crazy. At this point, they could only fight it out with this human. Otherwise, they would be struck to death before the lightning tribulation ended. So. At this moment, the goat-horned demon, bull-horned demon, three-headed demon, poison demon and the other abyss demons stopped fleeing. Instead, they joined forces and attacked Xia Ping. Instantly, one demon formation after another rose up, gathering the power of the void demons. Like many mountains, they slammed down with terrifying power, determined to turn Xia Ping into ashes. You still want to kill me? Are you tired of living? Xia Ping was happily devouring the soul energy around him. He instantly sensed the strange movements of these abyssal demons. They seemed to want to join hands and kill him, the main culprit. Right, let me test out the power of the nether deity's eye. With a thought, he immediately activated the power of his left eye. A swastika symbol seemed to spin, and a terrifying hell's power surged out. The entire world turned black and white, and countless black lines appeared on the abyss demons' bodies. These black lines were the lines of death, also known as the lines of life. Reincarnation brush. Xia Ping made a grabbing motion and immediately took out the reincarnation brush. His 9C of consciousness trembled and a huge amount of magic power was channeled into the reincarnation brush. Crash! He held the reincarnation brush in his hand and lightly swiped at these black lines. Immediately, the reincarnation brush unleashed a terrifying power of sharpness, as if it could cut this space in half. In an instant, the black lines in the void broke apart with a cracking sound. The abyss demons, who originally wanted to charge over, suddenly froze. Their huge bodies just stopped in midair, as if time had stopped at this moment. There were no signs of injury on their bodies, nor were there any wounds. However, the light in the depths of their eyes disappeared just like that, turning into grayish-white. With a bang, they couldn't resist at all. No matter how strong their cultivation was, or how shocking their defenses were, they fell from the sky just like that, all dead. What happened? Dead? Is this a joke? Commanders and the others died just like that? What did that human do? Did anyone see that? I'm not sure. I don't know what that human did at all. What martial path mystique is that? When the other abyss demons saw this, they instantly felt their hair stand on end. Their bodies trembled, and they were extremely shocked. They couldn't understand what had happened in front of them at all. The abyss demons, who were aggressive and full of vigor just now, were all killed with just a swipe of the void by that human. Moreover, the human didn't even get close. Such a strange thing caused them to be incomparably terrified. There seemed to be a chill in the depths of their spines. Xia Ping didn't care about what these abyss demons thought. He held the reincarnation brush, like the god of the underworld that ruled over all living beings in the universe. Countless sharp lights appeared in the depths of the void, slicing through everything. With a few thuds, the black lines in the depths of the void broke. Immediately, before the abyss demons knew what had happened, they were killed, and their souls were obliterated. Too strong. Xia Ping couldn't help but feel a little shocked. He had the eye of the underworld spirit, and a supreme killing weapon like the reincarnation brush. He was simply invincible and omnipotent. If he grew to a certain level, he might even be able to kill sages. With the reincarnation brush in hand, he was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Batches of abyss demons fell from the sky like dumplings, all of them dead. This was a one-sided massacre. Run, run quickly. This isn't a human, it's a monster. What's going on? Why does this human look even more terrifying than the lightning tribulation? How did these abyss demons die? What did this human do? Many abyss demons pissed their pants. They had wanted to kill Xia Ping, but they didn't expect this human to be countless times more terrifying than the lightning tribulation. They were killed before they even got close. They died silently. It was unimaginable. They were scared out of their wits. They fled far away, away from this terrifying demon. It's quite powerful, but the consumption is too great. Xia Ping felt it was a pity. He had only used the reincarnation brush and eye of the underworld spirit for a few minutes, and he was already panting. His dermic power was greatly consumed. If he continued for a few more minutes, he would probably be sucked dry. Moreover, he had the 9C of consciousness. His dermic power was more than 1,000 times denser than ordinary cultivators. But he still couldn't withstand it. One could imagine how shocking the consumption was. However, he didn't plan to continue using it. After this, most likely no abyss demons would dare to come close to kill him. This way, he could borrow the power of the heavens tribulation to kill these abyss demons and plunder their soul energy. This time, the 64 waves of heaven's tribulation lasted 16 hours before it finally stopped. Xia Ping also withstood it and survived this heaven's tribulation. The tribulation clouds in the sky quickly dissipated and returned to heaven and earth. But 300 million abyss demons died under this heaven's tribulation. Their souls were scattered, and there were countless casualties. Chapter 1722. But Xia Ping also gained a lot of benefits from this heaven's calamity. First of all, he had devoured a large amount of lightning tribulation energy, allowing his chaos lightning art to reach the next level, elevating his lightning divine ability to a whole new level. The power of his lightning fist was even more terrifying. At this moment, every cell in his body was flashing with thunder energy, which seemed to transform into thunder runes. His body contained a surging vitality, like a thunder life. Of course, the biggest gain was killing 300 million abyss demons. And the death of these abyss demons also left behind a lot of soul energy, which was absorbed by Xia Ping and poured into his 9 purple mansions. Whew! Xia Ping let out a deep breath, feeling refreshed. When the soul energy of 300 million abyss demons was devoured, his 9 primordial spirits received a huge amount of nourishment and grew rapidly. Rumble, his 9 primordial spirits grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the 9 purple mansions in his body kept expanding, opening up into the void, as if a world was growing. The sea area was expanding, the mountains were rising, the land area was increasing, the rivers were getting wider, the abyss was getting deeper, and the heaven and earth spiritual chi was getting denser. And the purple mansions could hold twice as much spiritual power as before. Even the environment inside the purple mansions was filled with spirituality, as if it was a paradise. At the same time, his martial cultivation was rising steadily. The peak of the early stage of the returning truth realm. This energy instantly raised his cultivation to the peak of the early stage of the returning truth realm. Just one more step, and he could step into the intermediate stage of the returning truth realm. The spiritual power in his body was surging, containing endless energy. Even so, the soul energy of 300 million abyss demons was too much, and it was energy that Xia Ping could not absorb right now. If he forced himself to absorb it, his primordial spirit might explode. At this moment, his left eye, the eye of the nether deity, trembled, and a shocking black whirlpool appeared in the depths of his pupil, as if communicating with a hell dimension. Walalat, the soul energy that was not killed by Xia Ping, seemed to be attracted, and was crazily pouring into his left eye, into the depths of this whirlpool. Boom! Xia Ping felt his body shake, and his primordial spirit followed the whirlpool into his left eye. Instantly, he felt as if he had entered the depths of a unique dimension. This was the dimensional space unique to the eye of the nether deity. Boundless. He couldn't see the end of it at all. Everything was gray and hazy, like a chaotic world. However, when the abyssal demon's soul power entered the chaos world, the entire chaos world underwent a world-shaking transformation. One huge continent after another appeared. Its soil was dark red in color. Volcanoes surged out one after another, continuously erupting scarlet flames and releasing thick smoke. The air was suffused with the smell of sulfur and other things. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. It was like a hellish world. When these abyssal demons' soul energies entered, they actually transformed into their original appearances. Ox-horned demons, venomous demons, goat-horned demons, and so on. All of them appeared on this piece of land. These abyssal demons seemed to be a little unconscious. They didn't know why they had appeared in this strange space and were in a muddle-headed state. It was as if this space had turned into a hellish space that imprisoned countless demons from the abyss. This feeling, is this the underworld god's realm? Profound information came from the depths of Xia Ping's left eye. He immediately understood that this was the underworld god's realm. It was a spatial world unique to the eye of the nether deity. It was a world related to souls. His eye of the nether deity could capture all souls in the world, including ghosts and soul energy. It would swallow them all into the underworld god's realm. The enormous amount of soul energy that couldn't be digested would temporarily stay in the underworld god's realm. Then, the eye of the nether deity would slowly refine and swallow them. Whoosh! Xia Ping felt traces of cool energy from his left eye. It surged into the depths of his primordial spirit. Every time it circulated, his primordial spirit would grow a little stronger. Moreover, this state of becoming stronger was constant. He could feel himself becoming stronger every minute and every second. This is great. Xia Ping was very excited. He originally thought that he would have to bear the pain and give up all this enormous soul energy. But there was no need now. It was all devoured by the eye of the nether deity. The soul energy of 300 million abyssal demons was enough for him to cultivate for a very long time. It could even help him break through to the transcendence realm. The harvest this time is too great. After some time, Xia Ping opened his eyes. There was a frightening coldness in them. The aura on his body was extremely strong. It was deep, ancient, noble, and dominated everything. After passing the 64 levels of Thunder Calamity and obtaining the souls of 300 million abyssal demons, he had become even more unfathomable. Someone is coming? Suddenly, Xia Ping's divine consciousness sensed that many people seemed to be flying towards this place. It was probably because the commotion here was too big that it attracted their attention. However, he didn't want to meet this group of people. After all, it was hard to explain. Moreover, he didn't want to expose his secrets. His body flashed and he entered the void. He immediately disappeared from where he was and walked towards the direction of the Five-Finger Mountain. It was because there might be treasures left behind by sages there. He wanted to snatch them. And not long after Xia Ping disappeared from this place, hundreds and thousands of cultivators rushed to this place. Among them, embark and the others also appeared. When they came to this place, they saw the tragic state of this area and the remains of many abyssal demons. The terrifying Thunder Calamity aura in the air made them tremble. Oh my God, what happened here? 300 million abyssal demons? They all died just like that. Who did it? I can sense the aura of Thunder Calamity everywhere here. It seems that someone is undergoing Thunder Calamity here. Could it be that a Thunder Calamity realm expert appeared here and used the power of Thunder Calamity to kill all these abyssal demons? Impossible. The power of Thunder Calamity realm experts' Thunder Calamity isn't that simple. It covers a radius of 100 million miles. It can't be a Thunder Calamity realm expert undergoing Thunder Calamity. Then why is this happening? There's no need to guess. Perhaps this is the operating mechanism of this mystic realm. After all, this place is a mystic realm formed by the fall of a Buddhist sage. It has the power to purify the abyssal demons. Perhaps these abyssal demons gathered together and were destroyed by the Thunder Calamity. This guess is very likely. Everyone expressed their guesses. Chapter 1723. This is the Five Fingers Mountain. Xia Ping flew all the way and spent an entire day. Finally, he neared the Five Fingers Mountain. There were no more abyssal demons chasing after him, because basically all the abyssal demons with some strength had been killed. He stood before a towering Five Fingers Mountain. There were 5 towering mountains in front of him. Each one pierced through the clouds. He couldn't see the end of the mountains. Each mountain was like a mountain range. They stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers and had a majestic aura. Moreover, when these 5 mountains were combined together, they seemed to form an ancient formation. They formed a terrifying golden barrier that enveloped the surrounding hundreds of millions of kilometers, forming a domain. Amazing! Xia Ping could also be considered a grandmaster proficient in array formations. He could immediately see how powerful this golden barrier was. Numerous Buddhist runes appeared in the depths of the barrier, forming into ancient scriptures. If those abyss demons dared to get close, they would be purified by the Buddhist light. Hence, within a radius of several thousand kilometers, there were no abyssal demons at all. It was a completely purified land, a holy land of the Buddhist sect. The surroundings were filled with a thick Buddhist aura. Although this Buddhist light was toxic to abyss demons, it was very friendly to ordinary life forms. It was like sunlight, full of vitality. The abyss aura on Xia Ping's body was instantly purified by the Buddhist light when it neared the Five Fingers Mountain. There was even a huge amount of energy infused into his body to heal his injuries. Suddenly, Xia Ping's mind moved. His consciousness sensed a familiar aura rapidly approaching. It was charging towards the Five Fingers Mountain, but this aura seemed to be in a sorry state. He turned his head and immediately saw Yi Mengyao flying over from afar. But Yi Mengyao didn't seem to be in good condition. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Her white clothes were tattered, revealing her fair, porcelain-like skin. She was beautiful, and behind her were hundreds of abyss demons. Each was extremely strong. They were at least at the peak of the returning truth realm. There were also over a dozen transcendence realm abyss demons. Kill this human girl. We definitely can't let her get near the Five Fingers Mountain. Otherwise, she will escape. Charge and kill this human. The eyes of the abyssal demons were filled with fervor and cruelty. It wasn't easy for them to catch a human. How could they let this human escape and enter the Five-Finger Mountain? However, even though Yi Mengyao was in the middle of a crisis, her beautiful eyes were still calm, without the slightest hint of panic. Xiao xiao xiao. In the blink of an eye, just as the group of abyssal demons launched their attack, Yi Mengyao pulled out a treasured bow, nocked an arrow, and shot out a series of golden arrows. There were countless ancient inscriptions engraved within these golden arrows, and they released a terrifying aura. They also contained the power to destroy deities, and they were incredibly terrifying. These arrows were the treasures of the Yi family, the god-vanquishing arrows. They were their trump cards. Each arrow had the power to tear apart the primordial spirit, directly attacking the essence of the soul and ignoring the body's defenses. Oh no, hide quickly. The abyss demons' expressions changed. Sensing the fatal threat from these golden arrows, their hairs stood on end. They immediately wanted to flee and avoid these arrows. But it was already too late. Before they could dodge, the golden arrows had already shot over and bombarded their bodies. Bang, bang, bang. With just one attack, hundreds of abyssal demons let out shrill screams. They fell from the sky like dumplings, their primordial spirits destroyed, and their life force completely gone. Obviously, they had been completely annihilated. With a slap, feeling all the demon auras disappear, Yi Mengyao instantly heaved a sigh of relief. She fell from the sky and panted heavily, her back drenched in sweat. Damned human, die. But just at this moment, an abyssal demon leaped out from the ground. It seemed to have been hiding in the air for a long time, and finally found a chance to kill. At Yi Mingyao's weakest moment, it didn't give her any chance to live. Its face revealed a cunning and ruthless expression, and it was immensely proud of itself. It was indeed a clever demon, and now it was its turn to enjoy this human alone. It was the final victor. Before it could be happy for too long, a fist punched out from the air. It was like a tiger or a dragon, branding the air and smashing into the head of the abyssal demon. With a dong, the head of the abyssal demon exploded like a watermelon, turning into meat paste. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the area red. Xia Ping's figure flashed and appeared in front of Yi Mengyao in an instant. It's you? Junior brother Xia? Yi Mengyao raised her head and was instantly shocked. She didn't expect the person who helped her to be Universe Sex Xia Ping. Senior Sister Yi, how have you been? I didn't expect to see you here. Now that I've saved your life, don't you have anything to say? Xia Ping smiled. What else? Are you going to repay me with your body? Yi Mengyao said angrily. If you are willing, then I won't be able to refuse. Xia Ping said casually. Even if you don't save me, I will be fine. Yi Mengyao was annoyed. She knew that this kid was extremely thick-skinned, but she didn't expect him to have such thoughts. Previously, when they encountered the abyssal demons, this bastard ran the fastest, disappearing like a wisp of smoke. Senior Sister Yi, your injuries aren't light. If this continues, I'm afraid the situation won't be good. Coincidentally, I know a dual cultivation technique. If both parties are in love with each other, dual cultivation would yield twice the results with half the effort. It can instantly recover from your injuries, and it might even be beneficial to both parties. Why don't we give it a try? Xia Ping suggested. Hee. Yi Mingyao's eyes flashed with killing intent. She wanted to eat this kid like a meat bun. A brat who wasn't even 30 years old actually wanted to have sex with her all day long. What was going on in this universe? Why was the atmosphere so bad? When she thought of this, she immediately took out a healing pill and consumed it. She circulated her qigong and her injuries rapidly recovered by more than half. Her essence, Qi and spirit were restored to their peak state. This way, no one would dare to have any designs on her. What pill is this? Senior Sister Yi, can you give me a few to study? Xia Ping blinked his eyes. He could see that Yi Mingyao's injuries were very serious. Normally, it would take a few months for her to recover. But now, she actually recovered in a few breaths after consuming a pill. This was definitely an incredible healing pill. Go away, Yi Mingyao said angrily. This was the highest grade healing pill of her Yi clan, Withered Leaf Spring Pill. It was concocted from 49 different kinds of 10,000 years old spiritual herbs. She only had a few on her, and this kid actually wanted to take a few to study? What a joke. Chapter 1724. It's fine if you don't want to. Stingy. Xia Ping said with disdain. Hearing this, Yi Mingyao was so angry that her temples bulged. She had the urge to beat this guy up, but she held it in because she found that she had finally reached her destination, the Five Fingers Mountain. This is the Five Fingers Mountain? The center of this secret plain. Yi Mingyao's eyes twinkled as she stared at the five towering mountains. In order to reach the Five Fingers Mountain, she had accidentally encountered many demons from the abyss. After a bitter battle, she finally arrived here. If she wanted to leave this secret plain, she had to go to the Five Fingers Mountain to find a chance. Moreover, there might be great opportunities in this place, including the inheritance of a sage. That's right, but this place is a bit weird. It's not an ordinary place. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. He could sense that even though this was a holy land of the Buddhist sect, illuminated by Buddhist radiance, there were also waves of terrifying darkness aura coming from the depths of this place. This darkness aura was on par with the Buddhist aura here. This strange aura of demons and Buddhas coexisting was like darkness and light at the same time. It was extremely strange and terrifying, so he didn't go in immediately. For a place like this, he had to maintain his vigilance and wouldn't act rashly. This is the place where a sage fell. It's normal that it's unusual. However, we have to enter the Five Fingers Mountain. Otherwise, we won't be able to find a way to leave this secret plain. I don't want to stay in this damned place forever. Yi Mingyao said in a low voice. She walked towards the boundary of the Five Fingers Mountain without hesitation. That's true. No matter what danger there is, let's go in and take a look. Xia Ping's eyes lit up. He was bold because of his skills. Now, he thought that he could deal with most of the dangers with his own strength. He didn't believe that there was anything in this sealed place that could threaten his life. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In a flash, the two of them entered the boundary of the Five Fingers Mountain. Huh. As soon as he entered, Xia Ping immediately realized that he had entered a Buddhist space. It was empty everywhere, and the surrounding air was filled with Buddhist aura. Vaguely, there was the sound of Buddhas chanting in the depths of the space. However, this space was simply too big and filled with fog. There was no end in sight, nor was there any direction. All of a sudden, Xia Ping and Yi Mingyao continued to advance towards this space. However, a tyrannical force that they couldn't break free from descended upon them, wrapping them up completely. Boom, in the next second, the two of them disappeared on the spot and were teleported to another space. This was a huge and spacious cave, which seemed to be at the end of the Five Fingers Mountain. Venerable Subhadra. Xia Ping and Yi Mingyao were both shocked, because they discovered that a huge lotus throne had appeared in front of them, and a monk was sitting on top of it. He was fully clothed, his hands crossed in front of his abdomen. He had delicate features and a peaceful expression. A golden halo appeared behind his scarred bald head. It was the halo of wisdom. It was a Buddhist phenomenon that would appear when a Buddhist monk's wisdom reached a certain level. It displayed the dignity of a venerable one, deep wisdom, and profound cultivation. Vaguely, they seemed to hear bursts of Sanskrit chanting. Someone was reciting a poem. Diligent cultivation is natural, Tao power is boundless, benevolent face is happy, mind is clear, everything can be accomplished. Greetings, Paragon Subhadra. Hearing this voice, Yi Mingyao felt deep veneration. She cupped her hands towards Subhadra respectfully. This was a form of respect towards a peerless saint. Two benefactors, you're finally here. This poor monk has been waiting for a long time. The monk held an orchid in his hand and smiled as he looked at Xia Ping and Yi Mengyao. Waiting for a long time? Xia Ping raised his eyebrows and looked at Paragon Subhadra. That's right. Although this poor monk stayed in the Five Fingers Mountain, I've been paying attention to you all the time, especially benefactor Xia. You used the might of the subduing dragon Arhat to kill so many demons from the abyss. It's really amazing. Paragon Subhadra said. You're too polite, it's just a small trick, not worth mentioning. Xia Ping said proudly. Although he said that, his expression was clearly not as simple as not worth mentioning. Seeing this, Yi Mengyao gritted her teeth and wanted to hammer him. However, the reason why this poor monk summoned the two benefactors here is not for no reason. There is something I need your help with. Paragon Subhadra went straight to the point. What do you need help with? Also, Paragon Subhadra, didn't you already die? Why did you appear in front of us? Xia Ping voiced out his doubts. Paragon Subhadra smiled faintly. This poor monk is indeed dead. In the ancient war, this poor monk pledged his life to the devil and made a great vow to suppress countless demons from the abyss, as well as the lord of the demons, Paragon Mental Demon. What appears in front of the two benefactors is just a little spiritual light left behind by this poor monk after his death. May I know what Paragon needs our help with? Yi Mengyao asked. It's like this. Paragon Subhadra said in a deep voice. This secret realm itself, even this Five Fingers Mountain, is to suppress the demon from the abyss world, Paragon Mental Demon. If this demon escapes, it will be a catastrophe for the universe. At that time, countless lives will be lost and countless people will die. But after countless years, this eternal seal has also been slightly damaged and weakened by Paragon Mental Demon. Now, it has reached a very dangerous moment. Therefore, this poor monk hopes that the two benefactors can help repair this seal and continue to suppress this demon so that it doesn't go out and harm the world. He stated his goal. But this is a seal left behind by a paragon, how can we repair it? Yi Mengyao hesitated. It's fine, this is a Buddhist sealing art. As long as you instill a Buddhist god art, you can add magic power to it and let the seal repair itself to its peak state. Paragon Subhadra said. But we don't know any Buddhist god arts. Yi Mengyao expressed her helplessness. That's fine. Paragon Subhadra bowed with his hands in front. This poor monk is proficient in the wisdom imbuement technique and can instill Buddhist god arts into your sea of consciousness, allowing the two of you to learn them in an instant. I believe that with your extraordinary talents, you will soon be able to master all the Buddhist divine abilities and thoroughly comprehend them. Opportunity. This was a supreme opportunity. Yi Mengyao was very excited to have a chance to obtain Paragon Subhadra's inheritance. What kind of opportunity was this? Moreover, it was the wisdom imbuement technique, saving her a lot of cultivation time. As expected, coming to this Five Fingers Mountain was the right choice. Otherwise, how could she obtain Paragon Subhadra's favor? Come, there's no time to lose. This poor monk will immediately imbue you too with the wisdom imbuement technique. Paragon Subhadra said in a deep voice. Then I'll thank Paragon. Xia Ping stepped forward with a terrifying light in his eyes. He punched through the void towards Paragon Subhadra's head. Dong. Chapter 1725. Xia Ping. Yi Mengyao was startled. She didn't expect Xia Ping to do something like this, but she didn't do anything. Her eyes were calm. Although this guy was shameless, he wasn't an idiot. He didn't do it on impulse. Maybe there was a deeper meaning behind it. She decided to wait and see. Benefactor Xia, why did you attack this poor monk? The void twisted. Subhadhara's head quickly recovered as if nothing had happened. He was still holding the orchid with a compassionate face. He didn't get angry over such a small thing. Keep pretending. Xia Ping sneered. You think I can't see that you're a fake Subhadhara? The demonic energy on your body is so thick that it's about to leak out. Don't play dumb here. His eyes of the underworld spirit and eyes of the gold crow both had the ability to see through illusions. No illusion could hide from his eyes, especially against the power of the demonic beasts, It was impossible to hide from him. This so-called Subadhara in front of him was filled with terrifying demonic energy. It was scarier and deeper than any demon he had ever seen. It was like an abyss, like the sin in the depths of hell. It was the deepest level of evil that couldn't be washed away no matter how hard it was washed. Such a terrifying demon was now pretending to be Lord Sabaduo, trying to lure them into a trap. It was easy to imagine the other party's crafty plot. Once they fell for it, they would be doomed eternally. Benefactor Xia, this poor monk doesn't understand what you're talking about. Do you have some misunderstanding about this poor monk? The fake paragon Subhadra smiled. It's fine if you don't understand. Wait until I beat you up. Then you'll understand. Xia Ping didn't want to waste time with this fake Subhadhara. He took a step forward and punched the void. Martial mystic art, sun god fist. This fist was filled with the power of strange flames. It turned into a sun god that shone through the ages, destroying the void and shattering the void. It was extremely destructive against the evil creatures of darkness. What? The fake Subhadharuo's expression changed. Ordinary light and flame powers were useless against fiendish demons of his level. It was like how water could extinguish a flame, but when the flame reached a certain size, water would be useless. It was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. But this flame was different. It was a heavenly flame, a special flame with the most terrifying destructive power in the world. It was born from the heavens and the earth, and contained countless special characteristics. It was extremely lethal to demons like them. Thinking of this, it couldn't pretend anymore and instantly attacked with its palm. Immediately, a terrifying black demonic hand slapped out. Dense demonic runes appeared on its surface, wriggling like black insects. It was eerie and terrifying, containing evil power. Dong! The two forces instantly collided with each other, causing an earth-shattering sound. Immediately, a huge crater appeared on the ground, and with a cracking sound, gravel flew in all directions. In particular, the demonic chi spread out in all directions, instantly corroding the surrounding rocks in the cave, making sizzling sounds. Its power was countless times more terrifying than that of acid. It really is a demon. With a swoosh, Yi Meng Yao's figure flashed. Naturally, she also felt that deep layer of darkness that could not be erased, the demonic power that could make one's bone marrow tremble. In the blink of an eye, she left the area of the fake Subhadoluo and faced him from afar, extremely vigilant. I didn't think that this old man's transformation technique would be seen through by a human junior. You really are a special human. The fake Subhadoluo sighed, knowing that he couldn't keep up the act any longer. He immediately changed back to his original appearance, which was that of an old man wearing a yellow robe. However, he didn't emit a monstrous demonic energy. Instead, he was extremely amiable, like an old man next door. Before he attacked, nobody would be able to tell that he was a terrifying demon that killed people like scything flax. Venerable mental demon, if I'm not wrong, you should be the venerable mental demon sealed in the depths of the Five Fingers Mountain, right? Xia Ping narrowed his eyes and stared at the yellow-robed elder as he voiced his guess. That's right, this old man is the Demon Lord, one of the overlords of the abyss in the ancient times. The yellow-robed old man directly admitted. He straightened his spine, and his body emitted a monstrous aura. What? Yi Meng Yao was incomparably shocked. The rumors had finally been verified. This Five-Finger Mountain was indeed suppressing a terrifying demon. Moreover, after countless years, the other party was still alive and well. Moreover, the other party was a supreme existence that was suppressed by Subhadoluo, a former overlord of the abyss. He killed people like scything flax. One could only imagine how terrifying this giant was. Her heart immediately sank. Meeting the demon lord in this place, they were most likely doomed this time. Human, are you willing to be my subordinate? As long as you agree to help me undo this damned bald donkey seal, I will give you unparalleled benefits. Whether it's eternal life, invincible power, or wealth that can rival a country, there's no problem. The demon lord smiled and stared at Xia Ping, tempting him. Invincible power? Hearing those words, Xia Ping burst into laughter. Sovereign mental demon, Aren't you afraid of breaking your own teeth with your boasting? What invincible power! If you were truly invincible, how could you possibly be sealed in this place, unable to rise again for all eternity? We're all adults here, so stop bragging. Back then, you might have been very powerful, a demon overlord with billions of subordinates. But now, you're just a prisoner. Why are you still acting tough here? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Don't threaten me. Don't think that I can't see that it's just a fragment of your soul. It doesn't have much power. You're still far from being able to deal with us. As the saying goes, a tiger that falls into a plain will be bullied by dogs. A phoenix that falls into the water is inferior to a chicken. Don't you understand this logic at your age? If you know what's good for you, scram immediately. Don't humiliate yourself here. His eyes saw through the demon lord's lies. He wasn't intimidated by the other party's name at all. Lowly human, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Venerable mental demon's face darkened. Even though he was a shrewd person, he was still enraged by Xia Ping's words. Even a clay figurine would have a temper, let alone a fiendish demon overlord who was once a supreme existence. Now, he was being mocked by a junior, saying that a phoenix that fell into the water was inferior to a chicken. How could he tolerate it? If he could really tolerate it, then he wouldn't be a demon, but a Buddha. Of course, there were times when even a Buddha couldn't tolerate it. He roared angrily, his voice like thunder. Even if this old man falls into a plain, I won't be bullied by a lowly human like you. Since you're courting death, this old man will fulfill your wish. Chapter 1726. Oh no. Yi Mingyao's expression changed. She realized that the entire cave had turned into a dark domain, and there was darkness and nothingness everywhere. In such a dark space, she realized that she couldn't hear anything, smell anything, or see anything. It was as if her 5 senses had failed in this space. She felt like she was blind and deaf in this place. She didn't even know whether she existed or not, and there was a terrifying demon eyeing her covetously. This was a fatal crisis. Foolish human, in my dark space, no matter how much power you have, it's useless, and I only need 1 second to kill you. Supremacy mental demon sat on the lotus throne and sneered. Oh right, I almost forgot. You can't hear anything in this dark space. Just hand over your body to me. A ferocious glint appeared in its eyes. In fact, it had been paying close attention to Xia Ping since he appeared in this secret realm because it could feel the infinite potential in Xia Ping's body. Even a divine beast could not compare. Immediately, it was tempted to take over Xia Ping's body. Because its main body was suppressed in the 5-finger mountain, it was almost unable to move. If it wanted to escape, it would have to split a strand of its soul and enter the body of a living being. However, not every living being's body could do it. After all, the primordial spirit of a demon sage was too powerful. It would probably cause its body to explode and fall apart as soon as it entered. However, Xia Ping's body was different. It was strong enough for its primordial spirit to enter and revive. Therefore, it ordered many abyssal demons to hunt down Xia Ping. If there was a chance, they would capture him alive. If not, they would force this human into the depths of the 5-finger mountain. In the end, the plan went smoothly. This human didn't know anything and just foolishly entered this space. Sush. Thinking of this, Supremacy Mental Demon did not intend to waste any more time talking to Xia Ping. With a light tap of its finger, a terrifying dark energy blasted out towards Xia Ping's heart. It wanted to completely destroy this human's primordial spirit and replace it. However, before it could make its move, a fist suddenly smashed over from the darkness. It contained the power of a divine elephant. It was earth-shattering and caused the void to tremble. What? Before Supremacy Mental Demon knew what had happened, his head was once again smashed by the punch, completely pulverized. With a swoosh, Xia Ping's figure appeared in front of Supremacy Mental Demon. His entire body was like a divine elephant, shaking the heavens and earth. How is this possible? How did you find me? Venerable Mental Demon's head recovered once again. Its eyes were filled with bewilderment, as if it had never expected that this human would be able to locate its location so accurately in this dark space. What are you looking for? You were just blabbering nonstop just now. Do you really think that victory is within your grasp? How can a mere dark space do anything to me? Xia Ping rushed forward, his eyes revealing a divine light that pierced through the void, seeing through the illusions. His fists were like imprints. Bang bang bang. In the blink of an eye, venerable mental demon's body was struck by dozens of punches. Boundless energy burst forth, causing his body to explode inch by inch. He let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying, smashing into a distant mountain wall and creating a deep pit. It was hung up and beaten like a sandbag. At this moment, the entire dark space was shattered like glass, shattering into pieces. All the power that was used to restrict the five senses was instantly reduced to nothingness. Despicable human, you have angered me. You have thoroughly angered me. Venerable mental demon was unable to restrain his anger. Demonic aura emanated from his body, becoming extremely dense. Black mist rose up, manifesting countless skulls and demons roaring in rage. Angry your ass? You're still roaring? Seems like I haven't hit you enough. Xia Ping realized that ordinary strength seemed to be unable to do anything to venerable mental demon. That was because the other party was formless and formless, as if he was a mass of nothingness. No matter how much strength he used, he was unable to harm it. Perhaps he might be able to harm it, but the damage was simply too little. Golden crow flames, burn. At the thought of this, Xia Ping circulated the power of the deviant flame within his body. The blood in his body boiled like lava as golden crow runes rapidly gathered on his fist. Boom! This punch was like a golden crow had descended into the world, emitting a light that could tear through the dark skies and incinerate all impurities. It smashed onto venerable mental demon's body. Venerable mental demon screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The massive golden crow deviant flame burned on his body, causing sizzling sounds to ring out. The terrifying power of the golden crow flames burst forth, enough to destroy one's soul. This was a pain that seeped deep into one's soul, as if one was being bitten by millions of ants. Immediately, he sensed the terrifying power of destruction coming from Xia Ping's body. If this were to continue, he, the mighty venerable mental demon, might really be destroyed by this despicable human. That was an incomparable humiliation. He must not let something like that happen. Mental demon world. Venerable mental demon's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he formed seals with both hands and deployed his mental demon mystic skill. Instantly, a dark aura seeped out from the void. This was the power of the mental demon and heavenly demon, formless and formless. In an instant, this power permeated through all matter. Even a sage weapon could not defend against it. Instantly, it entered the depths of Xia Ping's essence spirit and corroded his body. Initially, Xia Ping had wanted to follow up with another attack. However, all of a sudden, he realized that his surroundings had undergone an earth-shattering change. He seemed to have been dragged by a mysterious power into a dark and empty space. In this dark and empty space, there seemed to be no concept of time. The space was also infinitely large. Everywhere was a gray blur, with no end in sight. It was exuding an eternal loneliness. Foolish human, you have completely infuriated me. You shall sink into this mental demon world for eternity. From the depths of the void, a savage voice sounded out, seemingly coming from all directions. It was impossible to tell where it was coming from. In this mental demon world, time is infinitely extended. 1 second outside is equivalent to 10,000 years in here. I'll have some fun with you here and torture you to the point where you're no longer human. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, tens of thousands of venerable mental demons' phantoms appeared in this dark and empty space. They were scattered all over the place, laughing cruelly. At the same time, they produced deafening sound waves, making one feel extremely uncomfortable and going crazy from the depths of one's heart. Be careful. This venerable mental demon really has the strange power to trigger mental demons. At this moment, both Green Ox and Corinne were inexplicably horrified. They hurriedly warned Xia Ping to be careful and not be careless. Otherwise, he would definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. Chapter 1727. One must know that heart demons were not ordinary demons. They were not heavenly demons, nor were they creatures from the abyss. They were a kind of will produced by the cultivator, a demonic will. No matter how high one's cultivation was, even if one was a saint, there would be heart demons. Because heart demons were not other things, but themselves. If a cultivator doubted their own Tao, then heart demons would be born and disrupt their cultivation. Once the heart demons reached a certain level, they would enter a state of madness and destroy themselves. They might even trigger a heavenly tribulation. And this paragon mental demon could actually trigger his heart demons and strengthen them. One could imagine how terrifying this ability was. It was no wonder he was the overlord of the demons in ancient times. Even saints couldn't kill him when they fell. This was probably the special characteristic of the paragon mental demon. He was extremely strange and difficult to kill. As long as his heart demons existed, he could revive. That was why Supremacy Sabaduo chose to seal Supremacy Mental Demon away for eternity. This was the only way to kill Supremacy Mental Demon. Lowly human, in the heart demon world, you are me and I am you. I am an undying existence. If you kill me, it is equivalent to killing yourself. Do you dare to attack? Xia Ping heard the voice of the paragon mental demon. Thousands of them appeared and laughed sinisterly, as if they were a cat playing with a mouse. They wanted to play with Xia Ping. Don't. He instantly punched out. His fist was like a dragon, blasting over. The hundreds of paragons in the distance were instantly crushed. But a moment later, these paragons were reborn, and their numbers were even greater. Kiki, it's useless. These are all formed by heart demons. My true body is hidden in the void. I am everywhere, but not everywhere. How can you kill me? Just obediently accept your death. The paragon mental demon was immensely proud. You want to trap me in a small heart demon world? Paragon mental demon, you don't even know what kind of person you are trapping? So what if it is a world? I will just destroy it. Let's see what else you can do. Xia Ping's expression was calm and fearless. He formed seals with his hands and the power of the deviant flames surged out from his body. Boom! Instantly, a sun furnace appeared, burning the heavens and earth. Densely packed golden crow runes appeared on it, forming a sun scripture that radiated with boundless golden light. What is this? Venerable mental demon was taken aback. He could sense that the furnace contained a terrifying destructive energy. It was as if it contained a star, emitting endless heat. Under such flames, any substance would be burned to ashes. This was an extremely exclusive power. Burn it. Xia Ping formed seals with his hands. With a single command of his divine will, the energy of the entire solar furnace erupted forth. A temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius erupted forth, resembling a solar storm that swept out in all directions. Boom! The sun furnace trembled as numerous golden crow scriptures appeared. Countless beams of golden light radiated outwards in all directions, instantly piercing through the surrounding space, tearing apart this screen of darkness. In just a short while, the entire heart demon world completely collapsed. Like glass, it shattered inch by inch. Terrifying flames wreaked havoc everywhere, turning this world into doomsday. One by one, the figures of the mental demon paragons were burned. No matter how many there were, no matter how strong they were all turned into ashes. That was because the golden crow of hell's flames specialized in restraining inner demons. It was the nemesis of all demons and could purify all impurities. How could these inner demons resist it? Arg! Venerable mental demon let out a miserable scream. It was as though acid had been splashed on his body, causing it to corrode madly. At the same time, strands of black mist emitted from his body as the energy of his primordial spirit was exhausted. With a pa sound, Xia Ping opened his eyes. He discovered that he had returned to his original world. Earlier, he was merely dragged into a mental world by the venerable mental demon. He hadn't left his original location. As for the venerable mental demon, He was already heavily injured. He collapsed on the lotus platform and no longer had that insufferably arrogant aura he had before. His aura was extremely weak. He stared at Xia Ping with incomparable shock. He could sense an immense threat from Xia Ping. This was completely different from the strength of the venerable Sabaduo. The venerable Sabaduo could only seal and suppress him. But this human could actually destroy him, causing him to evaporate from this world, completely vanishing. Although this human was still extremely immature and was worlds apart from him, in the future, when he grew to the same height as him, that would be the death date of the venerable mental demon. For the first time, he felt a fear of death. Human, you're too dangerous, too dangerous. No matter what, I can't let you leave this place alive. You will die without a doubt. Boundless killing intent surged from the venerable mental demon's heart. This was a killing intent he had never felt in his entire life. He had never wanted to kill a person so badly in his entire life. He wanted to eliminate this threat and nip it in the bud. Leave this place alive? You don't have to worry about that, because you're about to die. Xia Ping didn't even bother to speak nonsense with the venerable mental demon. He activated the Sun God Fist. His fist was like a sun as it ruthlessly smashed onto the venerable mental demon's body. The terrifying power of the flame exploded, immediately piercing through the venerable mental demon's body. But the venerable mental demon's expression was extremely calm, so calm that it was a little scary. Deep in the void, wisps of curse aura permeated, as if it was the deepest sin of the universe. Human, you're lucky to actually be able to force this old man to use the curse technique. You're the first. Have a good taste of the power of the curse, flying together incantation. The venerable mental demon let out a sinister laugh as he formed a seal with both hands. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, 2 rays of golden light flew out. One shot onto Xia Ping, while the other shot onto Yi Mengyao. What? Xia Ping tried to block it, but it was useless. Even the Dark North body protection technique couldn't block it. It ignored any defense and directly attacked the depths of his primordial spirit. Immediately, the golden light entered his primordial spirit and turned into a golden chain. Vaguely, he felt as if he and Yi Mengyao were going through life and death together, becoming one. Yi Mengyao also had the same feeling. It was as if Xia Ping had become her family, her closest family. Even her parents and siblings couldn't compare to him. At the same time, their souls produced the most primitive desire, as if they were releasing their nature. This was the fusion of yin and yang, the dance of dragons and snakes, the harmony of the zither and the zither. Under the power of this curse, the 2 of them couldn't resist at all, so they naturally joined together. And the flying together incantation was also one of the most terrifying curses. It was fine if people who loved each other were hit by this curse, but if they didn't love each other, they were enemies, or even people of different races, people of the same gender, or even wood, rock, and so on. Once they were hit by the curse, they would immediately fall in love with each other, regardless of what the other party was. Chapter 1728. Foolish human, you actually made me pay such a huge price. You can die a worthy death. Venerable mental demon panted heavily, his back drenched in sweat. He had used up a lot of energy and was extremely weak. This was because he was only an avatar. Just breaking free from the powerful seal of the 5-Finger Mountain had already used up a huge amount of energy and countless years of planning. Now, in order to cast this terrifying curse, he had even used up the source energy of a demon saint, causing his primordial spirit to be damaged. One could imagine the price he had to pay. But this price was still worth it. Die. Venerable mental demon attacked, wanting to kill Yi Mengyao immediately. A wave of dark power blasted out, but Yi Mengyao's body automatically produced an energy barrier, blocking this power. What? It's actually ineffective. Venerable mental demon's expression was very ugly. If he was at his peak, he would have killed Yi Mengyao long ago. But in order to cast this curse, he had used up too much energy. He couldn't even break through the defense of a Transcendence Realm cultivator. However, it didn't matter. When the 2 of them fused together and reached their peak, their souls would be at their weakest. their defenses would also be at their weakest. At that time, it would be able to take advantage of the situation and instantly destroy their souls. Then, it would possess their bodies and occupy their bodies. This way, he would be completely reborn in the outside world. An hour later, Venerable Mental Demon sneered, unmoved. He quietly waited for the moment when the two's spiritual consciousness was at its weakest. 2 hours later, Venerable Mental Demon was already a bit impatient. According to his estimation, the two should have reached their peak state within an hour. The curse should have penetrated deep into their souls, but it still hadn't ended. He felt that things were slightly out of his control. 3 hours later, Venerable Mental Demon cursed in his heart. His expression was ugly to the extreme. Fuck, this human is a beast. He has been doing this for 3 hours and he's still doing it. Doesn't he know when to stop? He didn't know what was the point of humans doing this. Is it just to reproduce? What a filthy human. Forget it, I'll kill him now. Venerable Mental Demon felt that things were getting worse. At this rate, the two's soul power seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. There was no sign of it weakening. He couldn't wait any longer. Thinking of this, it immediately took action. It turned into a wisp of black smoke and instantly entered Xia Ping's body. It wanted to infiltrate his sea of consciousness and destroy his primordial spirit. But just as he entered, Venerable Mental Demon let out a miserable shriek. It was like the shriek of a pig being slaughtered, shaking the world and sending chills down everyone's spines. Everyone could hear the pain that Venerable Mental Demon was in right now. Because when it drilled into Xia Ping's sea of consciousness, it was immediately bombarded by the golden light, and its whole body was burned by the flames. Suddenly, its whole body became full of holes. Impossible? Telepathy spell? How did this damned human know how to use the telepathy spell? Impossible, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Venerable Mental Demon screamed again and again. It originally thought that now that Xia Ping's essence soul barrier was at its weakest, it could take advantage of the situation to enter. But who would have thought that this damned human actually knew the supreme dual cultivation secret technique of the telepathic heart technique? Moreover, it was automatically activated and fused with Yi Mingyao's primordial spirit. In this way, not only did the twin flight incantation not achieve its intended effect, but it also greatly strengthened the two's primordial spirit. The effect of the dual cultivation increased by tens of times, and it was still increasing. Damn, not good. Venerable Mental Demon's expression changed. Just as it was thinking of a way to break through Xia Ping's primordial spirit barrier, Xia Ping's left eye suddenly trembled. It suddenly opened, and a strange black vortex appeared, producing a terrifying devouring power. Moreover, this devouring power had a great restraining effect on souls. It was a natural nemesis, like the gate of hell, devouring countless souls. Eye of the Nether Deity, this is the Eye of the Nether Deity. Impossible, how can a puny human possess the Eye of the Nether Deity? Not good, run. Venerable Mental Demon screamed. It wanted to escape. Causing trouble in front of the Eye of the Nether Deity was courting death, not to mention that it was just a remnant soul. But it was too late for it to escape now. Boom! In just an instant, the wisp of black smoke that Venerable Mental Demon transformed into was instantly devoured by the Eye of the Nether Deity. It was imprisoned in the Nether Deity space, and completely devoured the energy of its primordial spirit. Ah! Venerable Mental Demon let out a shrill scream, frantically struggling in an attempt to break free. But the instant it was pulled into the Nether Deity space, its voice came to a halt, and it could no longer scream. At this moment, the entire space quietened down, and the aura of the Mental Demon also disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened. At this moment, another majestic figure appeared in the depths of the void, releasing rings of golden Buddhist light. It was a Buddha, holding an orchid in his hand and a smile on his face. Shockingly, this Buddha was Supremacy Subhadhara. This was a true Buddhist sage, and not an impostor that Supremacy Mental Demon had disguised as. Venerable Mental Demon, you went for wool and came home shorn. After losing this strand of primordial spirit, You won't be able to do anything for the next 1,000,000 years. Venerable Subhadhara smiled faintly. Ball donkey, damned ball donkey, you can't trap me. You will never be able to trap me. One day, I will break free, infiltrate the Buddhist sect, and kill all your disciples and granddisciples. I will exterminate the human race. Just you wait, just you wait. In the depths of the Five Fingers Mountain, a gray-robed old man was trapped in a void space. His entire body was bound by chains, and densely packed Buddhist runes were engraved on them. Each rune was as heavy as a mountain. There were a total of 1.08 billion Buddhist runes, and they were all bound on this old man's body. Even if an ordinary sage were to be sealed like this, they would not have any strength left. But the gray-robed old man was still able to struggle, causing the chains around him to crackle. His white hair was 30,000 feet long, and each strand was like demonic silk, tearing through the earth and piercing through the void. But no matter how he struggled, these sealing runes continued to bind him, making it impossible for him to break free. This situation made Venerable Mental Demon even more frenzied, and his resentment deepened. Demonic chi surged from his body, condensing into substance and corroding everything. Stop dreaming. You will never be able to escape from this sealed space. Seal me here until the end of time. Subhadhara waved his hand and sealed Venerable Mental Demon again. No matter how the other party roared, cursed, or hated, he didn't care. These two are fated with the Buddha. After doing all this, Subhadhara looked at Xia Ping and Yi Mengyao on the ground, smiled, and gently pointed. Immediately, a golden light entered their bodies, and all the negative energy from the twin flying wings spell was eliminated. In fact, the two's energy was continuously strengthening, tempering their physiques. At the same time, the aura of the Buddhist sect instilled into Xia Ping's body, as if he was enlightened. After doing all this, the golden figure disappeared again, turning into motes of light that scattered on the ground, merging into the void as if it had never appeared. Chapter 1729. 3 days later, Xia Ping and Yi Mengyao slowly woke up. The reason why they took so long to wake up was because the two of them had entered a deep level of cultivation. The yin and yang qi circulated in their bodies, forming a balanced array that complemented each other. After their bodies completely digested the huge amount of energy they had obtained this time, they finally regained consciousness. But as soon as Yi Mengyao woke up, her beautiful eyes stared at Xia Ping like a resentful wife. Her expression was incomparably complicated, filled with hatred, gratitude, shame, anger, and other emotions. After a while, her mood calmed down, and the depths of her beautiful eyes were as calm as a deep pool. Hee woo-woody, right? Yi Mengyao chuckled and stared at Xia Ping. Woo-woody? What are you talking about? Xia Ping pretended to be stunned. Damn liar, you're still playing dumb. Do you think I don't know anything? Yi Mengyao gritted her teeth. When she was dual cultivating with Xia Ping, she had inadvertently cultivated the telepathic heart technique with him. Therefore, she had also obtained some memories from Xia Ping. Although they were not core memories, there was information about one of this bastard's identities being Wu Wudi. No wonder when they first met, she felt that this bastard was very familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. She didn't expect this bastard to be a shameless liar. He had taken advantage of her the first time they met. She had even foolishly negotiated with this bastard to kill Wu Wudi, and this shameless bastard had even pretended to agree to kill Wu Wudi. Wasn't this a thief crying thief? How could it be done? When she thought about how this bastard was secretly pleased with himself and mocking her, she couldn't help but be furious. She wanted nothing more than to hang this bastard up and beat him up to vent the hatred in her heart. This liar was indeed a liar. He had deceived her, and she had foolishly believed him. Alright, I admit that Wu Wudi is indeed one of my identities, but it's just an empty title. It's not worth mentioning. Remember, this is a secret. Don't tell anyone. People are afraid of being famous as pigs are afraid of being fat. Xia Ping admitted, indicating that he wanted to keep a low profile. Empty title? No matter how I look at it, it's a bad reputation. Since you did it, you shouldn't be afraid to admit it. You've done so many bad things and now you know fear. Yi Mengyao looked at Xia Ping angrily. Looking at this bastard's expression, if she didn't say anything, this guy would think that she was praising him. He even said that people were afraid of fame and pigs were afraid of getting fat. He was clearly afraid that his true identity would be exposed, which would lead to countless enemies coming to seek revenge and bring about countless troubles. However, she really did not expect that Wu Wudi, who was full of evil deeds, would have such an identity. He was also a disciple of a saint from a prestigious sect. If word of this got out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Say it, I don't care about other things, but how are we going to solve this problem now? Before we solve it, don't even think about running away. Yi Mengyao grabbed Xia Ping's clothes and gritted her teeth. You'd better put on your clothes first. It's inappropriate for a man and a woman to pull and tug at each other. Xia Ping made his own suggestion. After all, Yi Mengyao was naked. Showing off her impressive figure was enough to make any man have a nosebleed. Their blood was so vigorous that they wouldn't be able to calm down even after 3 days and 3 nights. To be honest, he was also a hot-blooded young man. It was impossible for him to control himself. Why the hell are you wearing clothes? Don't change the subject. Yi Mengyao chuckled. When you had sex with me before, you were very happy, just like a teddy. At that time, you didn't know shame, but now you know shame. Are you such a person, Wu Wudi? She was very tough and didn't care whether she was naked or not. Anyway, she had done more intimate things, so this kind of thing was nothing. Don't be angry. Be careful of the baby, it's not good for the baby. Xia Ping advised. Baby? Hearing this, Yi Mengyao was even more furious. If because of this accident, she was pregnant with this shameless person's child, it would be 8 lifetimes of bad luck. But now that things have come to this, in order to avoid ruining your reputation, I can only come to propose marriage and marry you. Although this is just an accident, as a man, I should also take responsibility. But let me first say that you may not be the oldest one. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back. Oh, from what you said, you seem to have married 8 or 10 wives. Yi Mingyao's beautiful eyes revealed a dangerous aura. I don't think there are as many as 18. At the very least, there should be 7 or 8. However, my goal is 3,000. I want to gather countless sex holy daughters and goddesses of all races. I want to build a harem where everyone can live in harmony and achieve peace among all races. Xia Ping spoke of his dream to achieve peace among all races. When Azure Ox and Corinne heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched. Is this how the peace of the universe is achieved? Then, do you want me to introduce a few sisters to you? They are all very beautiful, and they are also goddesses of holy land, the kind that is loved by all? Unknowingly, Yi Mingyao's body emitted a trace of black gas, as if she had the aura of a demon venerable. It's good to have an acquaintance introduce them, but I still have to inspect the goods. If they are not beautiful, I don't want them. Xia Ping also put forward his own request. Sure enough, you are a super invincible bastard in the universe. Dying 10 times is not enough. I think it's better to castrate you and get rid of the evil for the people. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, you are also my husband for a day. From now on, you will become a eunuch and follow me. Naturally, you will wear shackles and so on. Yi Mengyao was enraged. She circulated her mana, and her pure white palms emitted bursts of green light. Her body's aura was like an abyss, and with a boom, the surrounding cave cracked, making a cracking sound. Early stage of Thunder Retribution Realm. After this dual cultivation, Yi Mengyao obtained a large amount of pure yang power from Xia Ping, as well as the power of bloodline and majestic magic power. This allowed her cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, and her foundation was perfect. It also allowed her to break through the bottleneck of the law phase realm that had troubled her for many years in one fell swoop. In one fell swoop, she stepped into the supreme realm that countless cultivators dream of. This is the first step to become a sage. Once she reaches the Thunder Retribution Realm, she will be the sect's supreme elder. She will have supreme authority and a respected status. It is completely different from before, and her power will increase by several times. This will also give her the ability to establish a sect. However, Yi Mengyao did not have the temperament to care about this kind of thing. She was extremely angry now. She just wanted to catch this damn liar and beat up this damn scoundrel Xia Ping to vent her anger. Then let's forget about it. Wife, I still have something to do. Let's talk next time. The moment Yi Mengyao made her move, Xia Ping actually sensed it. Because he and Yi Mengyao cultivated the telepathic heart technique, they could sense each other's every move and know each other's movements and angles. Therefore, in an instant, he dodged. At the same time, he used the Kunpeng steps and escaped into the void, disappearing in front of Yi Mengyao. Don't even think about running. Chapter 1730. At this moment, in the outer perimeter of the Five Fingers Mountain, Yin Shishing and the others gathered together and hid in a valley, avoiding the pursuit of the abyssal demons. The Five Fingers Mountain is right in front. Should we go in and explore it? There might be secret treasures and inheritances of saints inside. Someone made a suggestion wanting to go in. Many people were tempted. They had been hiding from the abyssal demons for so long just to sneak into the Five Fingers Mountain and obtain fortuitous encounters. Therefore, they could not suppress their impulses. All right, let's go in and take a look. Yin Shishing nodded in agreement. So. The group of people immediately entered the periphery of the Five Finger Mountain, but they searched for a long time. There were mountains everywhere, but they still couldn't find any trace of the treasure. This situation made them extremely depressed. Damn it, where is the treasure of the sage? This is indeed a place where the sage sealed away. I can sense an extremely strong power here, but I can't find it. Could it be that we are not fated? Everyone was discussing spiritedly. They were very dejected. Yin Shishing's expression was extremely dark. He could not say anything. Another human has entered. Perhaps we can cause some trouble for that kid. Suddenly, in the depths of the Five Fingers Mountain, Supremacy Mental Demon sensed the aura of Yin Shishing and the others. With a thought, he split out a strand of aura and sent it in front of everyone. Although he was heavily injured, it was not a problem for him to use some teleportation mystiques. Boom! Yin Shishing and the others shuddered violently. They felt a star-like aura descend, crushing down on their bodies. They almost prostrated on the ground. Then, a monk wearing a golden kasaya appeared before them. He clasped his hands together and said amiably, "Benefactors, this humble monk, Subhadhara, greets everyone." Supremacy, this is Supremacy Subhadhara. Heavens! Could it be that Supremacy Subhadhara has not died completely? This is great. Our sincerity has finally moved the sage, causing him to take the initiative to appear. Yin Shishing and the others were overjoyed. They were almost dizzy from the joy of this huge fortuitous encounter. They immediately recalled their etiquette and clasped their hands together, greeting respectfully, "Supremacy." "You can go back." Supremacy Mental Demon waved his hand. "This place is not fated with you. If you continue to stay here, you will be corroded by the demonic aura. At that time, it will be too late for regrets." Not fated here? Yin Shishing and the others suffered a huge blow. They said unwillingly, "Venerable One, we're all very sincere. We've put in so much effort to reach this place. Don't you have anything to teach us?" "It's too late. All the treasures here have already been taken away by a human called Xia Ping. He is someone who has fate with Buddha. You guys are too late." Supremacy Mental Demon calmly tried to sow discord. Xia Ping? Hearing this familiar name, Yin Shishing's body shook violently. He simply didn't dare to believe what his ears had just heard. It can't be. Didn't this kid get chased by the demons and die a violent death? He actually managed to escape in time to enter the Five Fingers Mountain and obtain a Buddhist opportunity. Someone said unwillingly, "I can't accept this. I can't accept this. We've been chased by the demons for so long and suffered countless casualties. Yet we didn't get anything. Now all the benefits have been taken away by that kid. I can't accept this." Someone was extremely jealous. He immediately felt resentful towards Xia Ping for taking away all the treasures. "Venerable One, Do we really not have a chance at all? Yin Shishing asked unwillingly. We don't have a chance at all. Supremacy Mental Demon said firmly. He wanted this group of people to feel despair. Only then could he incite everyone's hatred towards Xia Ping and bring him endless trouble. The word fate is mysterious. If you come early, it means that you are fated. If you come late, it means that you are not fated. If you come too late, it means that you are not fated with Buddha. You can't force it. Amitabha. Hearing this, everyone was even more unwilling. If they had come earlier, the inheritance and treasures of this place wouldn't have fallen into Xia Ping's hands. Venerable One, I've been good friends with Xia Ping for many years. I'm very worried about his safety. May I know where he is now? Yin Shishing's eyes flashed coldly as he asked. He's with his Tao companion, Yi Mengyao. They've already left the Five Fingers Mountain. It just so happens that a spatial passage appeared in the distance. Perhaps they've already taken the opportunity to leave this secret realm. Supremacy Sabatala did not hesitate to make Xia Ping hate him. Tao companion Yi Mengyao? How is that possible? Yin Shishing couldn't help but scream. This was the news he didn't want to hear the most. The goddess he had been pursuing for so long had actually been won by this little kid. How could he accept this? Venerable One, did you see wrongly? Perhaps they aren't Tao companions? Someone doubted. This poor monk didn't see wrongly. The two of them are Tao companions without a doubt. After staying in the Five Fingers Mountain for several days, the two of them often dual cultivated, improving together and assisting each other. Supremacy Mental Demon said lightly, "All right, I won't waste any more words with you. You've stayed in the Five Fingers Mountain long enough. Leave quickly." As soon as his voice fell, he didn't wait for these people to reply and waved his hand. Boom. In the next second, Yin Shishing and the others were instantly teleported out of the Five Fingers Mountain without any ability to resist. The entire Five Fingers Mountain's enchantment turned into a sturdy barrier. No matter how hard they tried, they were blocked and unable to enter. What a shameless couple. They're actually so attached to each other. When did they hook up? Yin Shishing was filled with grief and indignation. Maybe when they were fleeing, they met by chance and fought against the demons together. They went through life and death together and fell in love with each other. Someone guessed the reason why Xia Ping and Yi Mengyao got together. Bullshit, what do you mean love after a long time? I've known Yi Mengyao for so long, but I've never seen her fall in love with me. It's clear that that bitch has taken a fancy to that brat's future, so she doesn't know shame and hooked up with him. She's just a shameless woman. Yin Shishing gritted his teeth. That Xia Ping is also a disciple of Heaven and Earth faction. He has a boundless future and is a young genius. It's not a big problem for Yi Mengyao to like him. Someone felt that they were a perfect match. What did you say? Yin Shishing's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at the person who spoke. No, what I actually mean is that the two of them are a pair of adulterers who have no sense of shame. In a place like this where demons run amok and danger lurks in every corner, they actually have the mood to do such a thing in broad daylight. It's simply despicable. I've really misjudged them. I didn't expect that the pure and clean saintess Yi Mengyao to be such a shameless woman. This is too disappointing. That person was very tactful and quickly changed his tone. Damn bitch Xia Ping, you stole my opportunity and stole my woman. This enmity is irreconcilable. I won't let you have it easy. Yin Shishing's hatred was completely ignited by venerable inner demon. An inner demon was born and he clenched his fists tightly. But what should we do? Someone asked. What else do we need to do? Immediately spread the news that Xia Ping has obtained the inheritance of Venerable Subaduro and a saint's treasure. At that time, there will be more than a street that wants to kill him. He's dead for sure in the heaven-accessing secret realm. Chapter 1731. Yin Shishing and the others added fuel to the fire. Soon, all the cultivators in the heaven-accessing secret realm, as well as many outside forces, knew that Xia Ping had obtained the inheritance and secret treasure of Subadhara. Immediately, this caused a huge commotion. Venerable Subhadra? the youngest Buddha in history. It's said that in order to suppress the demon overlords, he willingly died. If he's still alive, he must be an invincible saint. Someone exclaimed. Such a genius was once heavily nurtured by the Buddhists. They had high hopes for him. He learned countless Buddhist techniques and even had countless adventures. The inheritance of such a person must be terrifying. It's unimaginable. Once upon a time, I also had the chance to enter that secret realm, that five-finger mountain, but I didn't get anything. It seems that I really have no fate with the Buddhists. But this Xia Ping of the Heaven and Earth sect is too heaven-defying. He actually obtained Subhadhara's inheritance and inherited Dark North Saint's mantle. His future is limitless. Most importantly, he obtained a saint's treasure. It might even be a saint implement. Damn it, a junior in the restoration realm actually has a chance to obtain a saint implement. Life is so unfair. Everyone discussed animatedly, and all of them were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. They wished for nothing more than to be able to obtain the inheritance of the Supreme Being and replace him. But there were also many demons and old monsters with evil intentions. They wanted to kill Xia Ping. In a secret realm where a saint had fallen, there was a lush forest everywhere. But this forest was full of murderous intent. In the darkness, countless blood-red eyes appeared. They were filled with murderous intent. They were all terrifying beasts from ancient times. At this time, an azure-robed Taoist walked in the forest. He gently waved his hand. Suddenly, countless trees on the ground were uprooted and turned into thorns. Immediately, these thorns pierced through the beasts as if they were barbecued. Their bodies exploded, and a large amount of blood splashed out. Blood flowed like a river. But as soon as the blood dripped onto the ground, it was greedily devoured by the trees. These were all demonic trees. They contained a terrifying demonic nature that made people shudder. This green-robed Taoist was the famous Taoist Yi Mu, a Thunder Tribulation realm cultivator in the Eastern Universe. He was a peerless demon who killed people like flies. Countless living beings had died at his hands. Interesting. A junior at the returning nature realm actually obtained the inheritance of Subhadhara. Suddenly, Taoist heir Mu also received a lot of information. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Such a treasure is a bit too early for a junior. It's not a good thing to spoil things through excessive haste. Looks like I have to teach this adorable junior from the Qiankuan sect a lesson about the cruelty of the universe. You can't do whatever you want just because you have the support of a saint. Although the threat of a sage was very terrifying, it was not enough to scare a Thunder Tribulation realm powerhouse. After all, it was not a saint who was going to make a move personally. According to their strength, they were almost at the peak of mortals. What was there to be afraid of? Moreover, the universe was so big that even if he offended a saint, he could just find a random place to hide and the saint would not be able to find him. As a demon, he was used to being hunted down. Compared to those forces that had to take care of their families, he was extremely free and could do whatever he wanted. Taoist heir Mu's figure flashed, and he immediately left where he was. In a barren mystic realm. At this moment, on a plain, this place had turned into a sea of blood. It was an ocean formed by blood, and it was filled with the aura of madness, slaughter, blood, and other things. It seemed to have a spiritual nature. And on the ground, there were many skeletons. They were all dead ferocious beasts and demons from the abyss. The ground had been corroded by the sea of blood. It sizzled, and not a single blade of grass grew. Clearly, this sea of blood also contained a strong poison that could corrode rocks. Above the sea of blood stood two old men in red robes. They held large sabers in their hands and had ferocious looks on their faces. If someone saw these two old men, they would definitely be horrified. This was because they were the famous peerless demons of the Southern Universe, the Thunder Tribulation realm powerhouses, the Blood Sea Two Elders. It was said that the two of them were biological brothers, and they came from a mystic realm called the Blood Sea. It was a terrifying organization that gave birth to countless demons, and the two of them were well-known figures in this organization. They were elder-like existences. Wherever the two of them went, there was no place without a storm of blood. Even a 3-year-old child would stop crying. Hee, a junior actually has the inheritance and treasures of Sage Subhadhara. Interesting. Big brother, why don't we rob him? He's just an ant in the returning reality realm. Brother, it's better to be careful. I heard that his master is the Dark North Saint. He's not the Dark North Saint. He's just a disciple. Even if he's a peerless genius, who knows how many peerless geniuses have fallen in this universe? He's not the only one. That's right. Sage Subhadhara is said to be the most talented sage in Buddhism. His inheritance must be very shocking and we can't miss it. Maybe we can find an opportunity to become a sage from it. Alright, then let's go kill that kid and rob him of his opportunity. The eyes of the Blood Sea 2 elders revealed a cruel look. They laughed and said in unison, "Deep in a valley in another mystic realm, many monks gathered here. They clasped their hands and chanted Buddhist scriptures in a pious manner. Buddha light shone on their bodies, and no evil spirits dared to invade within a radius of 100,000 miles. And in the center of this group of monks, a 2-3-meter-tall monk appeared. He held a butcher's knife and there was a scar on his face. A necklace formed from a string of skulls hung around his neck. Behind him, countless vengeful spirits and evil spirits appeared. Killing intent surged and one could vaguely see mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It was a scene that struck fear in the hearts of those who saw it. This was the famous Buddhist sect Monk Vansha, a lightning tribulation realm expert. He held a butcher's knife and his killing intent surged into the heavens. It was unknown how many demons and devils had died in his hands. He was different from ordinary monks. He had a belief, and that was to kill. He wanted to kill all the demons and devils in the world. This caused countless devils to tremble in fear when they heard of him. Elder, the inheritance of Lord Reverend has appeared. It was obtained by a heaven and earth sect disciple. What should we do now? A monk asked. What else can we do? Retrieve it, immediately retrieve it. Monk Vansha's killing intent surged. This inheritance belongs to our Buddhist sect. It is a divine ability of our Buddhist sect. We must not let it fall into the outside world and be obtained by others. Convince him to convert to the Buddhist sect first. If he agrees, he will be one of us. Everything can be discussed. If he doesn't obey and still resists stubbornly, he will be a devil. Kill him, kill him. Yes, Elder. All the monks felt a chill. Chapter 1732. At this time, Xia Ping had no idea what was going on in the outside world. He came out of the Five-Finger Mountain to avoid Yi Mingyao's pursuit. Although Yi Mingyao was very powerful, Xia Ping used the formless mask to change his appearance and hide his aura. He easily hid and became invisible. Then, Xia Ping came to a remote cave and hid there. He began to cultivate in seclusion, not knowing what was going on in the outside world. What happened just now? Xia Ping sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. His consciousness immediately sank into the depths of his Yuan spirit. Previously, he had been avoiding Yi Mingyao's pursuit, so he had no time to organize his gains. This time, he finally had time to do so. Boom! Immediately, a strange vortex appeared in Xia Ping's left eye. His Yuan spirit immediately entered the underworld god space. Then, he saw an old man bound by countless iron chains in the center of the underworld god space. He was nailed to a cross and could barely move. He also knew this old man. It was Sovereign Mental Demon. Previously, Sovereign Mental Demon had wanted to use a strand of his Yuan spirit to take over his body. Unexpectedly, it was completely devoured by the underworld god's eye and even suppressed. Seeing Xia Ping appear, Sovereign Mental Demon became extremely agitated. He shouted, "Stupid human, release me immediately. Do you know how great of a being you have offended? Once I break free, it will be your doom." Doom, do you understand? Noisy. Xia Ping couldn't be bothered to talk to Sovereign Mental Demon's Yuan spirit. With a thought, the entire underworld god space trembled. This seemed to be an instinctive divine ability that produced the power of a vortex. Whoosh! Instantly, the chains binding sovereign mental demon trembled. In an instant, his body was torn apart and turned into countless pieces. Then, they were sucked into the depths of the vortex to be digested and devoured. Xia Ping felt his Yuan spirit tremble. After devouring sovereign mental demon's Yuan spirit, it seemed as if the other party's majestic and pure soul energy, as well as a portion of his countless years of experience and knowledge, were madly surging into the depths of his Yuan spirit. He felt that his Yuan spirit had undergone an earth-shattering change. It was as if it had been baptized and became stronger. At the same time, a portion of sovereign mental demon's soul energy was integrated into it. This is the power of inner demons. Xia Ping sat cross-legged on the ground. His divine sense subconsciously spread out, sensing all the plants, beasts, and abyssal demons within a 1,000,000 miles radius. These beings unconsciously gave off waves of life force fluctuations, intense emotions, and emotions. He could clearly sense all of these things. I see. At this moment, Xia Ping understood something. These insights regarding heart demons, as well as the spatial quintessence of illusions that he had comprehended previously, fused together, causing his mastery of illusions to soar by leaps and bounds. In an instant, he had reached the advanced realm of the first level of illusions. One needs to know that the first level of illusion is one thought, one world. Previously, Xia Ping was only at the elementary realm. At this elementary realm, he could only create realistic objects, such as rocks, soil, rivers, wind, lightning, and so on. But once he reached the intermediate realm, he could create the flesh and blood of various major races in the universe. He could kill people in this illusion world, and he could even feel blood splattering and flesh being cut by swords. At the advanced realm, he could bestow these beings with spirituality and even allow these illusory beings to have their own consciousness. They could communicate with each other, just like artificial intelligence. Clearly, after obtaining sovereign mental demons' understanding of inner demons, Xia Ping's understanding of the spatial quintessence of illusions had improved by leaps and bounds. He had comprehended a trace of the true essence of the soul and emotions, allowing these illusory beings to have their own consciousness. Boom! Thinking of this, Xia Ping's mind moved. His divine sense shrouded a radius of 100 miles, causing the surrounding air to distort. Suddenly, a small town appeared out of thin air, housing a population of 30,000. There were mills, windmills, water wheels, residential houses, inns, government buildings, prisons, and so on. There were even many people in this small town, including the elderly, children, adults, men, women, and so on. These people were tall, short, fat, thin, and had different personalities. These people lived in the nameless town, working at sunrise and resting at sunset. They lived peacefully, no different from an ordinary and peaceful town. There were noises everywhere. What a strong illusion power! Even though Xia Ping had expected this, he was still shocked by the power of his own illusion. If he hadn't known beforehand that this was fake, he would have believed it to be real. Because the intelligence of these virtual characters was too high, just like real life. On the streets, there were hawkers haggling with customers, neighbors quarreling with shrews, people going to court for trials, and police patrolling the streets. Everything seemed incomparably real. In fact, if one were to talk to these virtual characters, they would be able to answer fluently, without any abnormalities. Originally, if Xia Ping wanted to reach this level of illusion, it would be impossible without thousands or even tens of thousands of years of experience and tempering. This required one to experience all kinds of life experiences. However, after devouring a wisp of sovereign mental demon's soul, he obtained a portion of its memories. One must know that this was sovereign mental demon, a demon overlord that had lived for God knows how long. Some people even said that it was an existence of a heart demon, wandering around the universe and stirring up fights everywhere. Such a tyrannical character had an extremely rich life experience. It had once incarnated as various characters in society: hawkers, scholars, officials, bodyguards, servants, killers, thieves, and so on. It had incarnated as almost every profession and character, mingling in the crowd and greedily devouring the power of the people's heart demons. This was also the food that allowed it to constantly grow stronger. One could imagine that even a portion of sovereign mental demons' memories was enough for Xia Ping to benefit greatly, possessing the power of illusion to create a virtual life. In fact, Xia Ping did not create an illusory life from nothing. This was no longer the first level of illusion power, but a higher level of illusion power. The reason why such a situation occurred was because he had directly instilled the mental demon supremacy's memories of ordinary people into these virtual characters. It was as if they had obtained a new life and had taken over their bodies. That was why it felt so real. Nonetheless, if he wanted to maintain such a massive illusory barrier and make every spot extremely realistic, the consumption of his divine sense power was too great. Even with his 9 Cs of consciousness, he could not maintain it for too long. At most, he could only maintain it for 3 hours. However, having so much time was more than enough. If he used this illusion at a critical moment, even a lightning tribulation almighty would probably fall for it. Chapter 1733. What is this? Xia Ping continued to immerse himself in his primordial spirit cultivation, but all of a sudden he realized that a golden light had appeared in the depths of his primordial spirit. It seemed to be a golden seed that had been planted in the depths of his primordial spirit. This golden seed was extremely mystical and powerful. It vaguely showed the swastika symbol, as if there were dense Buddhist runes engraved in the depths of it. He felt that this golden seed seemed to be a divine ability seed. Where did this come from? At the thought of this, Xia Ping sent his consciousness into the golden seed. With a boom, his body shook violently as if there was a thunderous roar. Immediately, a huge flow of information flowed out of the golden seed and into the depths of Xia Ping's primordial spirit. It was a golden scripture engraved with dense words. It was unfathomable and emitted the aura of Buddha. Vaguely, his entire body was surrounded by a ball of golden light, as if he was bathed in Buddhist light. It was sacred and solemn. Expiation scripture. Xia Ping immediately understood that this divine ability seed was the supreme inheritance of Supremacy Subhadaruo, which recorded a supreme sutra of the Buddhist sects, the Expiation Sutra. When did I get the inheritance? He was a little confused. He didn't know when he received the inheritance of Lord Subhaditara, but he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. It seemed that when he and Yi Mengyao were dual cultivating, a golden figure appeared beside them. Perhaps that was the real Lord Subhaditara, but he didn't say much. Master, you've actually obtained the expiation scripture. This is one of the supreme inheritances of the Buddhist sects, a supreme treasure, a supreme treasure. The Green Bull also knew that Xia Ping had obtained the inheritance of the Buddhist sects and was instantly overjoyed. It explained in detail that the strongest divine ability of the Buddhist sects was none other than force. With an unparalleled martial Tao divine ability, one could subdue demons like a Vajra Arhat with boundless strength and unparalleled combat power. The other was the power of expiation, which could make people devout and put down the butcher's knife to become a Buddha. It was rumored that the true eminent monks of the Buddhist sects cultivated the expiation scripture and could expiate everything in the world, converting to Buddha. Even if they were mortal enemies, once expiated, they would let go of all their hatred. So powerful? Xia Ping was taken aback. To think that even his mortal enemies could be enlightened. What was the difference between this and brainwashing? It was simply turning his enemies into his slaves, making them unable to break free for the rest of their lives and losing their sense of self. It was no wonder that countless forces were extremely vigilant and fearful of the Buddhist sect. Once one was enlightened by an eminent monk of the Buddhist sect, one's life and death would be out of one's control. Of course, the Expiation Sutra is powerful. It's a secret of the Buddhist sections. Corinne also sighed with emotion and said, "It is said that in ancient times, Venerable Subhadra once used the expiation scripture and remained motionless, chanting sutras for 3 days and 3 nights. As a result, he expiated hundreds of millions of abyssal demons, making them change sides and play an incomparably important role. In one fell swoop, he reversed the situation of the war, making numerous demon overlords shocked and terrified, making them want to kill him as soon as possible. He can even enlighten abyss demons? Xia Ping was filled with admiration. It seemed like this sutra was truly incredible. It was no different from the legendary Mahayana Sutra. He didn't expect that he would be able to obtain a Buddhist inheritance like Subhadhara. It seemed that he absolutely couldn't reveal that he possessed this Buddhist magical power. Otherwise, he would definitely be hunted down by the eminent monks of the Buddhist sect and take back this amazing magical power that was not passed down. Boom. Thinking of this, he sat down cross-legged and immersed his primordial spirit in the depths of this Buddhist magical power seed. Immediately, Buddhist sutras appeared one after another and surged into the depths of his primordial spirit. Vaguely, a huge golden Buddha appeared in the depths of his mind, constantly chanting sutras. Every time it said a sentence, its voice condensed into substance and turned into golden characters that seeped into his soul, allowing him to quickly understand the mysteries of the sutra. Such a cultivation method was simply enlightening, imparting one's life's worth of experience to others. Immediately, his entire body was shrouded in Buddhist light, and circles of golden light appeared. Buddhist Sanskrit sounded in the depths of the void, and it was as if there were countless strange phenomena in the surroundings. Lotus flowers bloomed and emitted a strange fragrance. And this light was the expiation light. It was said that even sinners who were shrouded in the expiation light would quickly be expiated and turned into devout Buddhists. At this moment, when Xia Ping successfully condensed the Expiation Sutra and turned it into a mystical talisman in the shape of a swastika, the world tree in the depths of his mind suddenly trembled. It seemed to have sensed a supreme delicacy, and countless roots trembled. In the blink of an eye, many roots flew over. All of a sudden, a root of the world tree penetrated the mystical talisman and produced a huge suction force. It seemed to be continuously devouring the Buddhist light and the supreme mysteries of the Expiation Sutra. In just a short while, the body of the world tree was immediately covered in dense Buddhist runes that were pale gold in color. It was as if pieces of Buddhist sutras were branded on it, emitting a sacred and auspicious aura. It's fused. Xia Ping blinked his eyes. He didn't expect such a change to happen. The Expiation Sutra that he had painstakingly cultivated successfully was actually devoured by the world tree. Of course, he didn't feel that his condensed Expiation Sutra had disappeared. Instead, it had fused with the world tree. In fact, the power of the Expiation Sutra had become more condensed and mystical. It had also fused with the power of the world tree and seemed to be more than 10 times stronger than before. Interesting. At the thought of this, Xia Ping couldn't suppress his desire to test out the Expiation Sutra. In a flash, he immediately left the cave where he was cultivating in seclusion and headed to other places to capture abyssal demons. Fortunately, this was a mystic realm formed by supremacy Subhadhara, and there were countless abyssal demons imprisoned here. Hence, he discovered hundreds of abyssal demons in just a short while. Without saying anything, he immediately made a move and executed his mystical powers to capture those abyssal demons alive. Lowly human, what are you trying to do? Release us immediately. Do you know that our army of demons is nearby? Once we give the order, you will immediately turn into powder and die without a complete corpse. Do you understand? Damned human, I will definitely kill you. I will kill you. Many abyssal demons cursed and were filled with murderous intent. Even though they were captured alive, they didn't change their ferocity at all. Instead, all of them threatened fearlessly. They struggled frantically and tried to break free from their restraints. However, it was to no avail. The power of Xia Ping's mystical powers far surpassed theirs, and he had an overwhelming advantage. As expected of the abyssal demons, they are indeed ferocious by nature. However, I wonder what will happen to you after you are expiated. Chapter 1734. Expiation. Xia Ping formed a seal with both hands and activated the Expiation Sutra. Suddenly, a golden talisman condensed in the void like a round sun, absorbing bursts of Buddhist light from the depths of the void. Vaguely, there seemed to be countless Buddhas appearing in the depths of the void. They sat cross-legged on lotus platforms and emitted boundless golden light, dyeing the surroundings into a quiet and peaceful golden domain. The Buddhist light was the expiation light evolved from the Expiation Sutra and did not have any offensive power. Whoosh, the Buddhist light shone like the sun and completely enveloped the group of abyssal demons. Ah! Immediately, the abyssal demons let out shrill cries. Like snow meeting sunlight, they melted and corroded, making sizzling sounds. However, the Buddhist light could not penetrate the depths of the abyssal demons' souls. It seems like it's not that easy to break through the soul barrier. Xia Ping revealed a look of understanding. The stronger the cultivation level of a cultivator, the firmer their willpower and the stronger the soul barrier. It was extremely difficult to break through. Besides, the abyssal demons were all terrifying creatures born from the abyss. After countless killings, their willpower was as strong as steel and stronger than ordinary cultivators. Expiating these abyssal demons was as difficult as ascending to heaven. If expiation was really that easy, the entire universe would belong to the Buddhist sections. In fact, there were countless Buddhist sages in the history of the Buddhist sects, but only Supremacy Subhadhara cultivated the Expiation Sutra to the highest realm. With a thought, he expiated countless abyssal demons, which was enough to show how profound his dharma was. However, ordinary Buddhist disciples could only enlighten cultivators who were 3 levels lower than them. Unless the other party was willing to let go of their soul defenses and be expiated by the Buddhist sects, they could only expiate cultivators of the same level. Of course, if the other party was a level lower than them, they could not be expiated even if they were willing. Wait, there might be a way. Xia Ping thought about the world tree in the depths of his sea of consciousness. It had devoured the power of the Expiation Sutra and also possessed the power of expiation. Perhaps he could make use of the world tree to strengthen the power of the Expiation Sutra. At the thought of this, he immediately took action. Boom! Immediately, the silhouette of the world tree appeared above his head. A towering, lush tree descended from the sky, exuding a godly aura. Xiao xiao xiao. In an instant, under the control of Xia Ping's mind, the roots of the world tree shot out like lightning, piercing through the soul barrier of these abyssal demons and penetrating into the depths of their souls. Expiate. Xia Ping circulated the Expiation Sutra and imbued the light of expiation on the souls of these abyssal demons in time. Sure enough, this time, the bodies of the abyssal demons present shook, and they opened their hearts. Endless Buddhist light instantly surged in. In just a few breaths of time, the souls of these abyssal demons had undergone earth-shattering changes. Originally, their souls were black and contained the auras of slaughter, savagery, cruelty, madness, and so on. However, at this moment, after being illuminated and eroded by the Buddhist light, his soul had undergone a change and was now faintly golden in color. Originally, these abyssal demons had been incomparably vicious and filled with hatred and killing intent towards Xia Ping. But now, all of that vanished. Their expressions were unprecedentedly gentle. Instead, they were incomparably grateful and loyal to Xia Ping, as though he was their master. That was the power of the Expiation Sutra. Once they were enlightened, even if they were enemies who had killed their father, they would still be grateful to you and be loyal to you until the day they die. An hour later, the hundreds of abyssal demons present were completely expiated. Their souls were faintly golden in color and emitted rings of Buddhist light that were incomparably sacred. Their originally hideous bodies were also shrouded in Buddhist light at this moment, condensing into a layer of golden kasaya. They bowed with their hands clasped together, and their faces revealed a look of enlightenment. They were unprecedentedly calm. It was as though a ferocious tiger had turned into a kitten and had completely lost its lethality. How do you guys feel now? Xia Ping asked curiously. Thank you, Master. We are unprecedentedly calm, just like an ancient pond. Thank you, Master, for eliminating our sins. At this moment, my heart is filled with love and warmth. We actually did such an overboard thing in the past. It's truly a heinous crime. Thank you, Master, for expiating us so that we can be reborn. From now on, we will be Master's slaves and do whatever you want us to do. This is a new life, a rebirth. This feeling is unprecedentedly good. I've never felt so calm in my life, and the depths of my mind are no longer affected by the murderous intent. I hope that Master can forgive our sins. In the future, we will cultivate diligently and do good every day to make up for our past mistakes. We will abstain from meat and pray to Buddha, and no longer kill. One by one, the abyssal demons bowed with their hands clasped together, all of them like eminent monks who had attained enlightenment. Oh my God, what exactly happened? The green bull also saw this scene and was dumbfounded. Even though he had followed the mountain river saint for a long time, he had never seen such a scene. The mortal enemy of all the races in the world, the demons from the abyss, were cruel and ruthless, and killed people like flies. They were out-and-out demons without any humanity. Now, they actually said that they would do good every day, abstain from meat, pray to Buddha, and no longer kill. This was no different from a tiger not eating meat and changing its profession to eating grass. If someone dared to say such a thing to him, he would definitely smash him with a brick. Who asked that bastard to lie to me? Does he think I'm a 3-year-old child who would believe anything? Fuck, I've seen a ghost. Corinne was also startled. He stroked his grizzled beard and almost pulled out his own beard. To be honest, he also thought that he was experienced and knowledgeable, but he had never seen such a thing. Could this be the true power of the expiation scripture? It's too unbelievable. Back then, he had expiated billions of abyssal demons with a single thought. The elegance of Subhadurva was evident. He immediately felt a deep fear towards the eminent monks of the Buddhist sect. If he was expiated like this and converted to Buddhism, he would lose his sense of self. He would rather die. Not bad, not bad. It seems that you have achieved enlightenment. Forget about the past. In the future, work for me well and pay for the sins that you have committed in the past. Xia Ping was very satisfied. After these abyssal demons were expiated, they were simply the best fighters and meat shields. Moreover, they were death warriors and they could die for him. If hundreds or thousands of abyssal demons used the great disintegration technique and self-destructed on the spot, that kind of power would probably cause serious injuries even to Thunder Tribulation realm mighty figures. Capture, I have to capture a large number of abyssal demons. Chapter 1735. In the beginning, Xia Ping was very familiar with expiating the abyssal demons. He could only expiate 100 demons at a time and it would take him an hour. However, as he became more familiar with the expiation sutra, his efficiency increased. His efficiency in purifying the abyss demons had increased. He could purify tens of thousands of demons in one go, and it only took him 3 minutes. Of course, he could only expiate the Restoration Realm abyssal demons. He could barely expiate the Transcendence Realm demons, but it would take a lot of time. As for the Thunder Tribulation Realm abyssal demons, they were existences that he could not expiate at the moment. This was because the expiation light was closely related to spiritual consciousness power. If he was not strong enough, he could not expiate them even if they were willing. In the blink of an eye, a month and a half had passed. Xia Ping had been in the heaven-accessing secret land for 2 months. He had spent most of his time in this secret land world. Of course, his results were also very shocking. This time, he had expiated 50 million abyssal demons. Among them, 1 million were at the Transcendence Realm, while the rest were basically at the Golden Elixir Realm or the Restoration Realm. If these abyssal demons were released, it would be a disaster. There would be countless deaths and injuries. Alright, with these 50 million abyssal demons, I can basically do whatever I want. Xia Ping was very excited. If these 50 million abyssal demons self-destructed at the same time, even hundreds of Thunder Tribulation Realm experts would be blown to death. The area within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers would be razed to the ground. Ordinary Buddhist monks would probably not be able to do such a thing even if they were exhausted to death. After all, it was extremely difficult to break through the soul barrier of the abyssal demons. However, Xia Ping was different. He had the Tree of World and could forcibly break through the soul barrier of the abyssal demons. He could instill the expiation light into them, which was extremely domineering. Therefore, his efficiency in expiating the abyssal demons was extremely high. None of the abyssal demons that were weaker than him could resist him. If his cultivation improved further, he could even easily expiate the Thunder Tribulation realm abyssal demons. By the way, Corinne, did anything happen in the heaven-accessing secret land recently? After doing these things, Xia Ping felt that there was no need to continue staying in this secret land world. After all, there was still a month before he had to leave the heaven-accessing secret land. There was no need to continue wasting time. Therefore, he wanted to know what had happened in the heaven-accessing secret land recently. Earlier, Cosmos Faction Sect Master, Zhu Xian, sent me a communication request. However, because you were in seclusion, I did not reply to him. Even so, he still left you a message. Immortal Cat said. What information? Xia Ping asked. Corinne tapped lightly, and suddenly a virtual image was projected. It's about the information about you getting the inheritance of Sabatra to Aluo. Now everyone knows about it. There are countless people in the heaven-accessing place who want to kill you. What? Who was the one who leaked this information? Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. If he hadn't gone into closed-door cultivation, even he wouldn't have known that he had obtained Supremacy Sabatala's inheritance. Who would have known about this? I'm not sure. In any case, the first person to spread the news was Yin Shishing, a true disciple of the Five Elements sect. Corinne said in a deep voice. It's that kid. Xia Ping rubbed his chin. That makes sense. Perhaps he saw me coming out of the Five Fingers Mountain and thought that I had obtained Suvartala's inheritance. Perhaps to him, it doesn't matter whether I get the inheritance or not. In any case, he's spreading rumors to cause trouble for me. Anyway, he has nothing to lose. He didn't expect Yin Shishing to be so persistent and even cause trouble for him. Xia Ping looked over and discovered that the forum regarding the heaven-accessing place was filled with Yin Shishing's posts. They were wantonly spreading rumors and slandering his reputation. However, this kid was very cunning. He didn't use low-level methods to discredit him, but to put on a high hat for him. For example, there was a post that said, I really admire junior brother Xia's luck. I never thought that after casually entering a secret realm world, I would be able to obtain the inheritance of Venerable Su Badwa, as well as 7 or 8 saint artifacts. I might even have obtained dozens of longevity fruit. Comparing people to people is really infuriating. There's no way to compare at all. Without batting an eyelid, he said that Xia Ping had the inheritance of Sabatra Toluo, revealing a huge secret. A bunch of people were replying. Is that true? He actually obtained the inheritance of Subadhara. He even obtained 7 or 8 holy artifacts. That's too exaggerated. Is he bragging? I've never seen such a lucky person. Many people couldn't believe it. Yin Shishing immediately replied, It's fine if you don't believe me, I didn't believe it at the beginning either, but facts speak louder than words. If you have the chance to meet junior brother Xia, you will know how rich he is, what's a holy artifact, he even has a few pre-celestial magic treasure. I'm telling you, if he takes them out, you will be scared to death. He was bragging, not afraid of his bragging and malicious flattery. In any case, no matter how big the blame was placed on Xia Ping, it had nothing to do with him. If someone listened to these words and went to find trouble with Xia Ping, killing him and stealing his treasures, that would be for the best. The group of people were instantly amazed. They also started to believe it a little and were extremely moved. Because according to Yin Shishing's description, Xia Ping was a walking super treasure trove. He had countless treasures on him, including 7 or 8 holy artifacts, 2 or 3 pre-celestial magic treasure, countless spirit weapons, and a pile of 10,000-year-old elixirs. He was so lucky that he could pick up a 10,000-year-old ginseng just by walking a few steps. Yin Shishing sighed. To tell you the truth, junior brother Xia is really a person with great luck. His cultivation is profound and his combat strength is powerful. I'm afraid that among the younger generation, if he says he's the second, no one would dare to say they're the first. It's certain that he'll become a sage. Although I'm also a disciple of a sage, I'm afraid I can only hang around with him in the future, otherwise, I won't have a future. I admit defeat to junior brother Xia. If the heavens didn't give birth to Xia Ping, it would be like a long night. Keep bragging. Yin Shishing, you're exaggerating a little too much. That kid is indeed powerful, but he doesn't dare to say that he's the best among the younger generation. That's right. The universe is so big, there are countless races and geniuses. That guy dares to say that he's the best in the world? Does he have such a big head to wear that hat? Yin Shishing, you're a dignified 5 Elements sect's successor disciple, yet you're acting like this, bowing to your competitor. You're really disappointing. Do you have any dignity? Do you have any competitive mentality? Immediately, many people were unconvinced. They felt that Yin Shishing was exaggerating. Hee, you haven't seen junior brother Xia before, that's because you don't know how powerful he is. What are those so-called geniuses? They're not even worthy to carry junior brother Xia's shoes. Do you understand? I have nothing to say to you frogs at the bottom of a well. If you have the guts, take 2 steps with your so-called geniuses. I'm afraid you won't even be able to take 3 punches from junior brother Xia. Chapter 1736. Hearing these words, the whole forum was in an uproar. Because it was not only human beings who inquired about the news of the heaven-accessing secret land in this forum. Even creatures of all races appeared in this place and paid attention to the latest news. Now, someone dared to claim to be the first among the young generation in the world. As geniuses of their respective races, they were extremely proud. How could they bear it? All of them stepped forward to clamor, refute, and even curse. Some people were irritated and planned to fight with Xia Ping to see who was the first among the young generation. Reading these replies, Yin Shishing felt even more comfortable. He had inadvertently brought great trouble to this guy and attracted a lot of hatred. He couldn't wait to see this guy's face turn green. But he was not done yet. He continued to defame Xia Ping. Of course, compared to his combat capability, his flirting skills are superb. No one may be convinced that he is the first in the world, but few dare to say that he is the second in the world. This is a fact I saw with my own eyes. He has only been in the heaven-accessing secret land for a few days, but this guy has hooked up with Yi Mengyao, the holy virgin of the Lingyun sect. They are so intimate that it makes people blush. This speed of progress is incredible. Even takeout can't be so fast. Saying these words, his heart was bleeding, as if someone had stabbed him in the heart several times. Yi Mengyao was the goddess he had pursued for many years, but he had never succeeded. She didn't even like him. But now, this kid had succeeded in a few days. Was there any justice? He gritted his teeth. His hatred for Xia Ping could turn into resentment, dark clouds, and thunder. Yi Mengyao? The holy virgin of the fairy clan of the Lingyun sect. Really? She is like a goddess. She is proud and arrogant. I don't know how many young heroes she has rejected. Now she has been hooked up by a kid. Is there any justice? I don't believe it. This news must be fake. It must be fake. Hearing this gossip, many people were stunned, especially some of Yi Mengyao's admirers and pursuers. They could not believe this cruel truth. Hee, this matter is even more real than a pearl. I saw it with my own eyes, and there were many witnesses. Yin Shishing sneered. Of course, there is one thing that Yi Mengyao might not know. Xia Ping is a playboy by nature. He likes to flirt with flowers and grass everywhere, seducing women from good families. His promiscuity is well known in Universe sect. Not long after he entered the sect, he already made quite a few beautiful senior sisters pregnant, and they fought for his affections. He maliciously spread rumors. Beast. Someone cursed, you've just entered the sect and you're already seducing senior sisters, and several of them at that. Are you still human? Don't you have any morals? Furthermore, you already have so many beauties, yet you still dare to provoke senior sister Yi. This is too much. This is nothing. Seeing the crowd's emotions surging, Yin Shishing continued to add oil to the fire. I heard that many of Yi Mingyao's close friends have been harmed by Xia Ping. Of course, this is a secret. Xia Ping told me to keep it a secret, so don't tell anyone else. Some people were speechless. They had already replied publicly on the forum, yet he still wanted them to keep it a secret. What the hell? Everyone in the world knew about it. This was just trying to cover one's ears while stealing a bell. Beast! Someone roared into the sky. As the saying goes, a rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its nest. This bastard has eaten all the grass near its nest, not leaving a single drop. He even defiled her close friends. How inhumane! Moreover, Yi Mingyao hasn't even found out about this yet. How can there be such a beast? Those close friends are also despicable. Don't they know that they will let down their friends? They even did such a thing with this bastard? They can't even clap with one hand. Sigh, there aren't many true close friends these days. Guard against fire, thieves, and girlfriends. Haven't you heard of this before? Some women are like this. They don't want status, they don't want results, they just want a moment of pleasure. Fuck, why don't I have such a woman by my side? Wait, Yi Mingyao's close friends? Her close friends are not simple. They are all goddesses of the major families and the saintesses of the major sections. All of them are beautiful like fairies. Some are even married and have children. Which one of them was defiled? Big news, this is earth-shattering news. If a certain saintess was defiled and her husband didn't know about it, then even the sky would be torn apart. Hearing this gossip, countless people immediately became excited. This was much more sensational than the news of obtaining a treasure. It was the nature of living beings to join in the fun. No one could change it. At this moment, Yin Shishing was feeling guilty. He was sweating profusely because he saw that these discussions were getting more and more ridiculous. It seemed to involve many saintesses of the various sections. Each of them had many suitors and countless fans. If these saintesses knew what he said, they wouldn't even need to do anything. Just his suitors alone would be able to kill him countless times. He had caused too much trouble. Even he couldn't handle it. Thus, Yin Shishing didn't dare to continue spreading rumors and quickly disappeared. No matter how others called him, he decided not to reply and stay out of it. Of course, Xia Ping didn't know what Yin Shishing was thinking. He only saw many posts on the forum denouncing him. All of them were filled with righteous indignation and saw him as an unforgivable villain. There were also many people with ulterior motives who saw him as a fat sheep. They wanted to kill him and steal his treasures. But for the past month, he had been in the secret realm of Sabaduo. His whereabouts were hidden and no one knew where he was. This Yin Shishing has caused me a lot of trouble. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes and revealed a trace of killing intent. If I don't repay this kid, he won't know how powerful he is. He decided to teach Yin Shishing a lesson. Master, you must be more careful this time. The green ox said in a deep voice. This time, the ones who are targeting Master are all old monsters, old devils, such as the Wolf Clan's Wolf Garen, the Taoist of the Evil Wood, the two elders of the Blood Sea, the Killing Monk, and so on. These are all famous Thunder Tribulation realm experts who have lived for tens of thousands of years. No one knows what methods they have. Don't worry, I won't foolishly fight them head-on. It's the right thing to do to put a knife in the dark. They want to kill me and snatch my treasures. Right now, I still don't know who is the prey and who is the hunter. Xia Ping said indifferently. Hearing this, the green ox and Corinne heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xia Ping was not impulsive and arrogant, and fought to the death with those old monsters. Otherwise, who knew what would happen? If Xia Ping didn't court death, with his trump card he wouldn't be afraid of these people. But right now, I still have to think of a way to leave this secret realm and search for the longevity fruit. Chapter 1737. There's no other way. I'll just use the wish compass. Xia Ping decided to use the power of the wish compass to find the location of the longevity fruit. Previously, he did not plan to use it. After all, every time he used it, it would consume a portion of the wish compass's power. If it wasn't for the most critical moment, he wouldn't use it so easily. But now that there was still a month before he left the heaven-reaching secret realm, he had no other choice. Boom! Thinking of this, Xia Ping did not hesitate and immediately took out the wish compass and imbued the idea into it. Immediately, its pointers spun rapidly, trembling non-stop, and pointed towards the northeast. Let's go! Xia Ping immediately flew in the direction of the needle. After flying for tens of thousands of kilometers, he finally found a random spatial tunnel that led out of this secret realm. Whiz! In a flash, he immediately passed through the spatial tunnel and left the secret realm. A few days later, relying on the guidance of the wish compass, Xia Ping moved forward in the heaven-reaching secret realm, crossing mountains and ridges. He did not know how many kilometers he had flown, but he had almost crossed half of the world. Of course, if he had gone straight, he would have been able to reach his destination very quickly. But now that he was very famous in the heaven-reaching secret realm, he had to be careful, hide everywhere, and conceal his whereabouts so that no one else would discover him. Otherwise, he would definitely attract the attacks of countless old monsters. At that time, it would be very troublesome. This is the place. Just then, Xia Ping was overjoyed. He arrived in front of a mountain range and discovered that there were many tyrannical auras gathered here. All of them were at least at the peak of the Dharma plane. Most of them were Thunder Tribulation Realm experts, and their mana was earth-shattering. Whiz! Without saying a word, he immediately used the non-phase mask to turn himself into a piece of broken stone, concealing the aura on his body so that this group of Thunder Tribulation Realm experts wouldn't discover his existence. These are all famous devils or old monsters. Xia Ping hid in the shadows and observed the auras and appearances of these supreme experts, comparing them with the information he had obtained. The identities of these old monsters could not be hidden at all. After all of them had been roaming the universe for tens of thousands of years and had made a name for themselves. Any organization with a bit of power would collect their information. Although the Qianquan sect was a saint-tier sect, they were still very attentive to this aspect of information. They were constantly gathering it, and this information naturally fell into Xia Ping's hands. That's the Blood Sea Elders, Taoist Mu, Golden Snake Gentleman, Long-Eyebrowed Old Devil. Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. He discovered that this group of Thunder Retribution Realm experts were all famous devils in the universe. They killed people like flies. Every one of them was an existence that made people tremble in fear. Moreover, these demons were temperamental. They would often kill people over a small matter, massacring cities and exterminating entire clans. They were extremely cruel. He could sense that these demons were entangled by many vengeful spirits. It was like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The demonic energy was as black as charcoal, comparable to the demons of the abyss. Of course, because they had killed too many people and cultivated demonic arts, their heavenly tribulations were even more terrifying than ordinary cultivators. They lived more carefully, afraid that they would trigger heavenly tribulations and be struck to death by them. Taoist priest Mu, are you sure this place has longevity fruit? At this moment, someone spoke, looking at the green-robed elder. Of course, this information is confirmed. Taoist Mu smiled. There's an eternal spatial coordinate here that connects to a mystic realm world. This mystic realm world was formed after the famous demon sage Green Willow died. Demon sage Green Willow? Hearing this, the eyes of the old monsters present lit up with excitement. I believe everyone knows about the existence of a miraculous fruit like the longevity fruit. Consuming one can increase one's lifespan by 10,000 years. If there is an alchemy grandmaster who refines it into a top-grade longevity pill, it will increase one's lifespan even more. Taoist priest Mu said, but the conditions for the longevity fruit to grow are extremely harsh. It needs to devour a large amount of strange objects that contain life force. It takes 3,000 years to bloom, 3,000 years to bear fruit, and 3,000 years to mature. Let's not talk about how long it takes for it to grow. Just the environment it grows in is extremely difficult to find. It must contain abundant life force, but such places are extremely rare and rare in the world. At this point, he changed the topic. But there is one place that definitely has longevity fruit, and that is the secret realm world formed after the fall of the saint. This is because this kind of secret realm world is filled with the blood essence left behind by the saint. If the longevity fruit seed absorbs the blood essence of these saints, it will immediately obtain a large amount of energy and promote its growth, allowing it to grow a large number of longevity fruit. He revealed some of the secrets of the heavenly secret realm. The reason why the heavenly secret realm produced a large number of longevity fruit was because there were too many saints who had fallen in this place, leaving behind a secret realm world. And these secret realm worlds hid the life essence of the saints. In these places of essence, longevity trees were born one after another, and longevity fruits were born one after another. Of course, not all of the secret realms had longevity fruits. However, even if only a portion of the secret realm world grew, it was enough to attract the attention of countless old monsters who were about to reach the end of their lifespans. We all know this common sense. Tell me something new. A gray-robed old man said impatiently. Hearing this, Taoist Air Mu was not angry. You probably know the name of the green willow demon saint. It can be said to be one of the saints with the strongest life force. After it fell, the blood essence left behind far surpassed that of the other saints, so the number of longevity fruit in this secret realm world is also the most. I even heard that these longevity trees grew at the location of demon Saint Lulu's heart, absorbing the most essence of energy and growing a large number of longevity fruit, enough for all of us to split 3 of them equally. Hearing these words, the eyes of the group of old monsters immediately lit up. All of them did not have long to live, and their lifespans were almost up. If they could obtain 2 or 3 longevity fruit, they would definitely be able to extend their lives. This would greatly increase their chances of becoming a saint. However, at this moment the evil Wood Taoist changed the topic and said, "But there's a problem now because I heard this news from somewhere. It said that the Wolf Clan's leader, Wolf Garen, has joined forces with many of his friends to search inside. It is said that they have been searching for 2 months, but they still haven't found it. However, they are not far from it and have already found some clues. If we go in as well, we might have to clash with them." Chapter 1738. Wolf Clan Leader Wolf Garen? Who does that old man think he is? In front of the longevity fruit, he is all fake. Anyone who dares to stop us will all die. No one is an exception. The one who spoke was the long-browed old devil. He was brimming with killing intent and didn't place anyone in his eyes. After all, this was a fortuitous encounter that concerned one's life and future. Who could take a step back? Taking a step back would mean death. Lang Garen, right? I heard that his son, Lang Beijiang, was killed by someone, but he didn't even let out a fart. He didn't go and take revenge, but it turns out that he was looking for the longevity fruit. Golden Snake Prince cackled with a sinister glint in his eyes. That old bastard is very shrewd. So what if he loses his son? If he loses it, he can still give birth to another one. If he doesn't get the longevity fruit, his lifespan will soon be over. A simple wolf clan wants to take the longevity fruit for himself. Aren't you afraid that his appetite will be too big and he will die from overeating? We must obtain the longevity fruit, offending that Lang Garen is nothing. The group of old evil demons expressed their stance one after another, saying that they would advance and retreat together with Evil Wood Priest. Once a battle broke out, they would fight Lang, Garen, and the others to death. The longevity fruit is actually a small matter. The murderer who killed the young master of the Wolf Clan, Lang Beijiang, is said to be the successor disciple of the Heaven and Earth sect, Xia Ping. This brat has been in the limelight recently. I wonder if everyone has heard of him? The Blood Sea Elders spoke up. They were of the same breath and branch, and they spoke almost at the same time. "Oh, Blood Sea Elders, what do you mean?" Priest Air Mu and the others narrowed their eyes, staring at Blood Sea and Blood Sea. Although that kid is just a junior, he has been very fierce recently. He can kill Transcendence Realm cultivators. In time, he might become another Dark North saint with unlimited potential. Blood Sea's 2 elders said, "Of course, potential or not has nothing to do with us. The most important thing is that he obtained the supreme inheritance of Supremacy Subadhara. He might even obtain the treasures on Supremacy Subadhara. This is an incredible harvest. Don't tell me you don't have any thoughts on this matter? They stared at the crowd. Of course I have the idea, but that brat is very slippery. It's already been 2 months, and I don't know where he is hiding. Long-browed old devil had also looked for Xia Ping, wanting to kill him and steal his treasures, but he couldn't find any trace of him. That's not a problem. There's still 1 more month. I believe that brat will definitely appear. These so-called peerless geniuses are all very proud and arrogant. How could they be willing to stay silent like this? There will definitely be a time when they come out to stir up trouble. At that time, us 2 brothers hope that everyone can join hands to capture and kill that brat. The Blood Sea Elders stated their objective. That kid is a peerless prodigy who has had countless fortuitous encounters. It's impossible for him to only have Supremacy Subadhara's legacy. He might have obtained other treasures as well. Killing him alone would probably be equivalent to destroying a medium-sized sect. Oh, Blood Sea's 2 elders, this isn't like you two. You actually didn't take everything for yourself and even asked us for help. Are you afraid? Golden Snake Roland's eyes flickered. I'm not afraid. He's just a little brat. Although his talent is astonishing, he is still no match for us. The Blood Sea Elders said, the problem is he's the last disciple of Dark North Saint. Perhaps he has a trump card left behind by Dark North Saint. If we can't kill him and he escapes, we'll be in deep trouble. That's not good. However, if we have the help of our comrades, then capturing and killing this brat will be a sure thing. Once we obtain the treasures, everyone will naturally be able to divide them equally. But if we have the help of our colleagues, then capturing and killing this kid will be in the bag. Everyone will naturally be able to divide the treasures equally. Taoist Imu looked at the crowd. What else can I think? If there are benefits, of course I will participate. As long as I find traces of that kid, I will definitely kill him. He is just a kid, and he wants to cause trouble in the universe, obtain treasures, and step on our heads. How can such a good thing happen? It's time to teach this kid a lesson about cruelty. That's right, that human is too arrogant. He is showing off his abilities, and his body contains an invincible aura. If this continues, it will be terrible. We have to suppress him and rub his spirit. This matter is settled. After we finish snatching the longevity fruit, we'll go deal with that Xia Ping and teach him a lesson. TSK, what lesson? If he meets us, I'm afraid he will lose his life. This is also his fate. It's easy to break when you're too strong. It just so happens that you can use it as a negative example to warn others. The group of old demons discussed animatedly, and with a few words, they decided to form an offensive and defensive alliance. They didn't put Xia Ping in their eyes at all. They treated him as a little monster in a game that they could casually kill and obtain countless secret treasures. Kill them, master, you must kill this group of old dogs. They actually dare to openly negotiate to kill master. They are too arrogant, they are simply too arrogant. Do you think we are monsters in a game and want to kill monsters to drop treasures? Hearing these words, the green bull was very angry and roared loudly. As its master, Xia Ping's fate was closely linked to its. Now, there was actually a group of demons plotting to kill Xia Ping and steal his treasures. How could this be? Instantly, an incomparable killing intent surged out of it. A bunch of old things who rely on their seniority. Do you think that just because you're a Thunder Tribulation Realm Supreme Expert, you're invincible? Xia Ping, I must let this group of old dogs experience the power of the descendants of the Stars sect, kill them until their blood flows like a river, kill them until they are terrified, and don't dare to come out and clamor anymore. You still dare to say that you want to teach us a lesson? Who gave you the guts to teach us a lesson? Do you think you're a saint? If you don't show your might, do you really think we're sick cats? How preposterous. Corinne was also infuriated as he said coldly. No rush, let's leave them with their dog lives for now. They are still useful. Xia Ping had already treated this group of devils as a group of dead people. They actually dared to scheme against him like this, then they were his enemies. Towards his enemies, he naturally had to be ruthless and merciless, and get rid of all the evil. There's no time to lose, let's go in. At this time, Taoist Mu and the others had already finished discussing the distribution of the various spoils of war. They formed seals with their hands and instantly activated a spatial coordinate here. Boom! In an instant, a force gushed out in midair, and countless runes fell down, quickly condensing into a huge green door. The frame was engraved with many green patterns. This green door opened, and the passage was deep and serene. It seemed to be connected to a secret realm world. Everyone was delighted. Their divine senses were tyrannical, and they could immediately sense a rich life aura coming from this secret realm world. It was full of vitality and vitality. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They didn't say anything and immediately flew in. Chapter 1739. This is the world formed after the fall of the Green Willow Saint, the Green Willow's secret realm? Xia Ping casually came up with a name for this secret realm world. He passed through the green door and immediately entered. As soon as he entered, he discovered that this secret realm world was different from the world formed by the venerable Sabaduo. This place was filled with endless mountain ranges. Moreover, it was lush, with all sorts of towering trees growing in the surroundings. The trees were green and full of life, as if it was a paradise filled with dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He could even sense that this place was extremely vast and boundless. Vaguely, Xia Ping felt the world tree in the depths of his mind throbbing, as if there was some treasure in this place that had attracted the attention of the world tree and desired to devour it. Interesting, it seems like this world is not simple. It contains a big secret. Xia Ping squinted his eyes. He discovered that Taoist Mu and the others were extremely fast. They did not even stop at this place and quickly left in 3 directions, as if they wanted to use their advantage in numbers to carry out a carpet search in an attempt to find the location of the longevity fruit. However, he did not follow the figures of Mu and the others, because he had the wish compass in his hands. From the very beginning, he knew where the longevity fruit grew, so he could avoid taking countless detours. A few days later, Xia Ping flew quickly in the Green Willow's secret realm. After flying for a few days, he finally arrived at a remote valley. This place was the final destination indicated by the wish compass. However, on the surface, this was just an ordinary valley. It was filled with weeds and was no different from any other valley. Danger! However, Xia Ping's hair stood on end. The bloodline in his body was instinctively warning him that this ordinary place was hiding killing intent. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would immediately be doomed. Whiz! Without saying a word, he immediately activated the Hell Golden Crow's eye and saw through the void. Immediately, the space distorted, as if a spatial formation was hidden. The patterns of this formation were imprinted in the air, forming a space of its own. It was completely natural and did not reveal any flaws. This valley was just something formed by an illusion, it was not a real space. In fact, if not for the Hell Golden Crow's eye, ordinary cultivators would not be able to see through it. They would only think that this was just an ordinary place and ignore it. Xia Ping's Golden Crow eyes of Hell's gaze pierced through the void, penetrating through the spatial barrier. When he saw the real scene inside, his body couldn't help but tremble. Before his eyes was an expanse of blood-red space. Even the soil was blood-red, and it was completely desolate without a single blade of grass. It was extremely vast, and it was like a small world that was boundless. The surroundings were suffused with a desolate, ancient, and desolate aura. However, what made his heart palpitate the most were the undead wandering around the Scarlet Plains. Some of them were headless horsemen who rode on black horses and wandered around the Scarlet Plains. There were also bladesmen holding treasured sabers sitting cross-legged on the ground, sharpening their sabers. There were some who wielded black spears and wore armor. They were currently advancing with large strides, practicing military formations. Each and every one of these departed spirits emitted a heart-palpitating aura. It was as if their bodies contained an ancient fiendish aura. Once it erupted, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Even Thunder Retribution Realm experts wouldn't dare to face it head-on. Xia Ping, be careful. These are not ordinary departed spirits. Corinne also saw this scene, and his face was very solemn. These are the wisps of killing intent left behind by the saints after their death. They are immortal and will exist forever. Even if a Thunder Retribution Realm expert enters, he will be killed. This is a saint's forbidden area. Don't enter rashly. A wisp of killing intent left behind by the saints, immortal? Xia Ping was also shocked. He didn't expect that the saints would leave behind such a troublesome thing after their death. Previously, he went to the place where Sivartala Venerable sealed Mental Demon Venerable, so there was no remaining killing intent. However, the reason why many saints died was because they were defeated by strong enemies. Therefore, they were extremely unwilling before their death, and their killing intent soared into the sky, leaving behind wisps of killing intent. And these killing intents condensed into a substance, absorbing the matter of the void and the ancient fiendish aura in the depths of the dimensional space. Over time, they turned into saint-departed spirits, unconsciously wandering the earth. This was the will left behind by the saints after their death, which terrified countless practitioners. It was also the most terrifying monster in the heaven-accessing place. Why are there so many saint-departed spirits gathered here? Xia Ping rubbed his chin. If this old man is not wrong, this Scarlet Plains should have evolved from the heart of a saint, so it contains a huge amount of life force. It also causes these unconscious saint-departed spirits to be attracted, thinking that this is their protected land. If any intruders dare to enter, they will be mercilessly attacked by them. Corinne Immortal voiced out his guess. The heart of a saint. Xia Ping squinted his eyes. His gaze pierced through the void and extended into the distance. He saw that in the depths of the Scarlet Plains, there was a small hill that was slightly bulging, like a heart, beating regularly. Every time it beat, it would emit a demonic sound. It was deafening, causing one's blood to boil and almost making one vomit. On top of the hill, there were many blood-colored trees. They were 100 meters tall, and on top of them were densely packed blood-colored fruits. They were also like hearts, constantly beating, and the surface was densely covered with countless veins, like flowing blood vessels. Longevity fruit. Xia Ping's eyelids twitched. He immediately recognized these blood-colored fruits as the famous longevity fruit. The surging life energy emitted by these fruits could not be concealed at all. He felt the blood in his body stirring, as if he was trying to devour these heavenly fruits. Xia Ping wished that he could immediately barge in and plunder all these longevity fruit, but seeing the undead saints wandering around him, he still restrained his urge. If he dared to pick these longevity fruit, he would definitely become the target of public criticism and be hunted down by these undead. Even though he was very confident in his own strength, he did not dare say that he could withstand these terrifying undead. Not to mention, there were still many enemies in this secret realm. In the process of being chased by the undead saints, if he accidentally bumped into those enemies, it would be even worse. As the saying goes, before thinking about victory, one must first think about defeat. Only then would one be undefeated in 100 battles. Looks like I have to find some people to help me lure these undead saints away. Otherwise, I won't be able to snatch these longevity fruit. Xia Ping rubbed his chin, his eyes revealing a trace of light as he thought of all sorts of schemes. Suddenly, he smiled and thought of the evil wood Taoist, the white-browed old devil, the Blood Sea Elders and the other peerless devils. This group of people just so happened to be looking for the longevity fruit. Furthermore, the other party was also strong enough. It was obvious that he was a very powerful scapegoat, able to lure away these saints undead. Chapter 1740. At this moment, Taoist Mu and the rest were searching for traces of the longevity fruit in the Green Willow secret realm. Unfortunately, after searching for a few days, they still couldn't find any traces. Suddenly, they couldn't help but feel a little restless. This won't do, Taoist Mu. If this continues, we won't be able to find the longevity fruit. That's right, this green willow's secret realm is simply too big. It doesn't matter if it's big, the problem is that the longevity fruit grows in a secret place with a spatial formation covering it. It's very difficult to find, and a month's time is not enough. Long-browed old devil and the others frowned, feeling that this was not the way to go on. Fellow Taoists, I've actually thought of this problem before. Lang, Garin, and that bunch of old geezers had searched this green willow secret realm for 2 whole months before they found some clues. It's impossible for us to find it within a few days. Taoist Imu also admitted this point and said, but don't worry, everyone. I've already found some clues about Lang, Garin, and the others. When the time comes, we'll definitely be able to reap a lot of benefits by following them. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. So that's how it is. Hearing this, Golden Snake Prince's face lit up and he said proudly, looks like fellow Taoist Mu already had a plan. If that's the case, then we can rest assured. It seems like even Lang Garin and the rest of the idiots would never have thought that after working so hard for so long, in the end, it would still be for the benefit of others. The other demons all nodded their heads, feeling that it was more reliable to follow behind Lang Garin and the rest. After all, this news was first obtained from them. Moreover, they were very good at sneak attacks and stealing treasures from the shadows. They could be considered gatekeepers. Wait, there seems to be a little friend coming our way. Suddenly, Taoist Mu's eyes flashed, and the corner of his mouth revealed a mysterious smile. The other demons spread out their divine senses, and they also sensed a figure flying towards them from afar. It was as if he did not hide the aura that was being emitted from his body at all, and was very brazen. What an arrogant young man. He actually dares to appear in front of us alone. Are you not afraid of death? Long-browed old devil laughed, but he did not make any movements. This was because they all wanted to see why this young man was approaching them. If there was no other purpose, this young man probably wouldn't dare to approach them. After all, who didn't know of their ferocity? Greetings, seniors. A figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Taoist Imu and the others. Then he introduced himself. I'm Yin Shishing, a successor disciple of the 5 Element sect. This time, I've come to discuss something with you seniors. This person's true identity was actually Xia Ping. He used the power of the non-phase mask to change himself into Yin Shishing's appearance to negotiate with this group of old devils. You have something to discuss? Golden Snake Prince sneered. You are a disciple of a prestigious sect. What else do you want to discuss with us devils? Don't tell me you want to discuss how to slay demons? He stared at Xia Ping like a venomous snake, his body emitting a cold aura. Senior, you're too kind. Actually, I didn't come here for any other reason, but to obtain the longevity fruit. Xia Ping smiled slightly and went straight to the point. Of course, I already know the location of the longevity fruit. What? His words were earth-shattering, and the old devils, who had been looking a little playful at first, turned serious as they stared at Xia Ping. After all, this was a matter of life and death, so they had no choice but to be cautious. Young man, you must not lie. You must know what kind of price you will have to pay for lying in front of us. Taoist Imu narrowed his eyes and threatened. How could I lie? Don't tell me I don't know the strength of seniors? Pinching me to death is as simple as pinching an ant to death. Xia Ping was calm and composed. Since you know, why are you still so calm? Could it be that you have some trump card on you that makes you think we can't kill you? Long-browed old devil laughed coldly. He stared at Xia Ping from head to toe, as if he wanted to find out what trump card this brat had to actually dare to talk and laugh in front of them, these peerless devils, without any fear. Of course I have a trump card. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to negotiate with you all alone. Xia Ping revealed an unfathomable look. Is that so? I would like to see what trump card you have, and if you can withstand a few of my moves without dying. Golden Snake Prince laughed sinisterly, as if he wanted to attack Xia Ping. Enough, this is a little kid. Don't scare him. At this time, Taoist Imu stood out and played the role of the red face, while Golden Snake Prince played the role of the black face. They sang the same tune and said, But then again, since you know the location of the longevity fruit, why don't you take it for yourself and tell us? At the very least, you can contact your own elders and cooperate with us. He pointed out the crux of the matter. That's a good question. Xia Ping gritted his teeth. In fact, the reason why I was able to find the location of the longevity fruit was not because I was lucky. It was purely because I was following that universe sex Xia Ping and accidentally discovered the existence of the longevity fruit. What did you say? That Xia Ping also appeared in the Green Willow's secret realm, and even found the longevity fruit? Is this kid's luck that heaven-defying? Taoist Yi Mu and the others were shocked. They never thought that even if this brat obtained the inheritance of Venerable Su Badwa, he would still be able to obtain boundless benefits. Now, he would even be able to monopolize all of the longevity fruit. Wouldn't that mean that all of the benefits would be eaten clean by this brat? I don't think it's because of his heaven-defying luck, but because he might have a treasure on him that can find traces of the longevity fruit. Otherwise, how could he have so many fortuitous encounters? Xia Ping laughed coldly again and again and said, "To be honest, this brat is my irreconcilable enemy. He stole my future Dao companion Yi Meng Yao, made me wear a green hat, and even stole my good fortune at Venerable Su Tuoluo's place. I can't take this lying down. I want him dead. Do you understand?" So that's how it is. The Golden Snake Prince understood what Xia Ping meant. That's why you didn't inform the elders of the Five-Element School. It's because the Five-Element School and the Heaven and Earth sect are on good terms, and if the matter of killing Xia Ping were to be exposed, you would not be able to bear the consequences, and might even cause a war between the two great sections. I don't know anything, I just accidentally discovered the location of the longevity fruit, and accidentally leaked this news to you guys. When the time comes to fight for the longevity fruit, what happens will naturally have nothing to do with me. Xia Ping acted as if he had nothing to do with it. TSK, after killing someone, you want to stay out of it and pretend nothing happened. I never thought that there would be someone like you in the Five-Element School. Why don't you betray the Five-Element School and join my Blood Sea organization? You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.